Okay, let me click these buttons I forgot to click. Okay, anyway, starting with the recap. Uh, Kind of a lengthy recap. We've been gone for 200 years, but so I just kept writing at 3 a.m. But so last y'all left off with the group name that's something to deal with phallic objects, I'm sure. Has defeated a rampaging petting zoo beast, because I'll still not say the name of it, and discovered that the shard that was shown at that festival has gone missing, has then fled from Ambrosia with just little slight help from a certain Lockhart, and secured themselves a cart and I guess, a kobold chauffeur. That's I don't know how you pronounce that word. I wrote it myself, and are making their way to the crossroads after kind of settling down or setting up a camp for the night with a few odd encounters, quote unquote. We're gonna pick it back up first thing in the morning, where everyone is kind of waking up, kind of naturally with the sun kind of rising up, the shattered sky still present, but kind of dimming down now. The kind of front of it, or the very kind of peak of it, has stopped, and you kind of seeing the fading purple sky still in the sky. But okay, I need more coffee. And you guys start to notice that now it is easier to see when the sun is up in the sky or setting, getting brighter. The sky isn't completely just has this full kind of darkness on it. But you guys kind of wake up. You guys do hear the birds and everything. So there still are animals out during the shattered sky, even though they probably take shelter when it's actually happening. Kind of see them more frequently kind of coming out of their homes or kind of flying off in the distance. But y'all wake up the start of the second day of travel with kind of a smell of some sort of meat. You're not sure what it is, but kind of towards the cart area where you guys kind of left it near the tree and the kind of shrub area. See a small little kobold kind of cooking up something on a very like small makeshift pot in his own tiny campfire. Kind of just cooking something. It seems like it's like on a weird pot with the lid open, and he's kind of poking it with a stick, kind of just out on his own over there. But we'll start there. If anyone wants to do anything, everyone's awake already, right in the morning, unless you guys want to do something beforehand. But
Uh,
start
As
there.
as everyone's waking up, Nim is just sitting on a rock, um, just kind of staring at all of them very quietly and just like extremely still. And she's just gonna kind of stare at you guys as you all wake up.
The
Uh,
eventually the kobold does look over at you and kind of just shuffles in a way where he's not in your vision. Kind of keeps cooking his whatever it might be. Kind of looks like bacon a little bit, but you're unsure what he's doing over there.
At least one of you is dangerously incompetent at guard duty.
I found this beautiful plant last night. You won't believe it. Here, I've got it in my
Uh,
journal right here.
I found a crossbow bolt in a tree right next to our camp where we slept.
Oh,
Ew.
They
Did it
came
have a
within about.
note attached?
Indeed, it did. And they rode a horse within 30 feet of this camp. And I find it odd that nobody noticed. Are you all sure that you are ready to be adventurers?
Mm.
I will do my best to try to help you stay safe, but your safety is not my first priority, so I just need to know that you are all capable of protecting yourselves. This is not instilling me with confidence.
Well,
it's a good thing that you found it then, right?
yes, that is good.
Yes, it is very good that we did not all have our throats slit in the night.
Very
Anyway,
fortunate.
who here knows Benin or Zol New? I think was that the name Zen? I cannot read my own
Yeah.
handwriting.
ZOL space NU.
Those
And as I
are
say this, I'm watching everybody's faces. I want to see if I can do like an insight to see if anybody reacts
Oh,
or if
Odette
they're gonna
does.
lie about it. Oh,
Odette
you do?
does. She lights up a bit. Yes, I've heard those names before.
Both of them.
They were written on a wanted poster.
What wanted poster is this?
Hmm? I believe. Let me think. Newcastle Landing. That's where I saw them. It's just a
Interesting
wanted
that the
poster.
names stuck out in your mind if it was just a wanted poster. Do you know these people at all? What are they
No, but
wanted
I
for?
wanted to find them because it had a financial gain.
Ah, I see. I believe this note is directed at you then. It reads, "Leave my hunt alone if you know what's good for you."
Babies. Well, I suppose I won't find them then. I'm not trying to get murdered.
What were they wanted for?
Mm, I don't remember. I don't think it really said.
Do I believe you?
Uh,
Okay, go ahead and roll inside, and then you can roll. You can either roll deception or persuasion on the truth or lie.
persuasion.
And I also just kind of want to see if anybody
Nat
else had
20.
reacted. Oh, fuck. Well, I also want to see if anybody else had reacted to the names.
Unless anyone else has kind of like a reaction to it. Doesn't seem like the rest of them are familiar.
Oh,
But yeah, you believe her.
um,
It doesn't really, and on the note itself, it doesn't.
yeah.
The note itself kind of reads, kind of gives you the general sense of people are looking for these people, but they don't really give like a. It doesn't look like it is an official paper of like the guard putting it up. It seems like someone just putting it up looking for specific people to be brought in.
I believe there was a huge hunt for them, as so many people were gathering their items of war and heading out to explore as soon as they saw it posted.
Hmm. Did you learn anything about their whereabouts in your brief investigation?
No, I heard about it just before meeting you all. Right before the festival, really. I was
Interesting.
hoping to get more information, but then that chicken attacked us.
Did you go inquiring anywhere?
Not exactly. I was going to get more information, but things were cut short.
How did this person clock you that you were hunting these people?
No idea. I didn't do anything even in search of them yet.
And none of the rest of you know these names.
Nope. Never heard of him.
Are their names on the note?
Just these two. There were more names on the note, but they were crossed out, and as they were crossed out, they faded as if by magic.
Hmm. I'm not quite sure then.
Well, I'm sure it's
Okay.
nothing to be worried about.
So if we
I
stop,
do find a crossbow bolt next to our camp a bit worrisome.
it's a touch worrisome, actually, dear. Yes.
But it's not in any of us, so.
Yet.
Yeah.
It very well could have been.
Well, it wasn't, you know. I think it's all alright.
Hmm.
I will.
What's for breakfast?
Oh. Can I see the note?
Here.
Thank you. I delicately take it like I'm a little nervous to touch it, like it might be dirty. Just with two fingers, and like kind of hold it a little in front of me, like letting it dangle.
Nim just looks at you with absolutely no expression, but she is staring.
Do I recognize the handwriting? Can I do like a little analysis check on the handwriting to see if it's somebody I know?
Roll a. Let's go straight intelligence check.
Okay.
Got this.
What were the size of the tracks in him?
Funny.
I'll show you.
With a 20, you would know with certainty that it's not anyone who has written anything to you before, and it definitely doesn't match the ones on the note. It was actually added after, so you can't really assume that you know this handwriting, but with a 20 intelligence, uh, you would know that it is probably one of those people that you saw kind of back in Newcastle that were kind of getting ready, because those people that were also looking at this note were kind of scanning the area around and kind of
Ugh.
seeing their competition.
Okay, I have an idea of how they would know I was looking into this. People
Feel
at
free to finish the
Newcastle,
thought.
many of the people at Newcastle Landing were pro bounty hunters, I'd say, and they were clocking each other. So I'm assuming they saw me looking at the port, but all they did was look. They must be threatening anyone they saw there.
That's rather irrational.
I know, it sounds like a waste of time. They could just go
Yeah.
looking.
They won't get far.
We should kill them.
I certainly intend to if they decide to come back.
Was a strong pivot from being wary to we should go kill them.
Well, they threatened us first.
I didn't say go kill them. I just said I would kill them if they came back. As Odette said, they did threaten us.
That's fair enough. Speaking of getting threats in the middle of the night, um, I already told Odette and Elifir, but I got a dream from the cult I've been chasing, and they uh, somehow burned my hand during the dream, and it's still there. So I don't know how magic works. That seems bad.
It does sound
Yeah.
inconvenient for you, but I doubt it will inconvenience me.
They're kind of a big no-no cult.
Mhm.
You do notice, as you're kind of speaking about the kind of mark on your hand, as it's kind of out in the light of this kind of still purplish hue, it does glow a little bit from kind of the purple hue kind of touching it. It does have like slight glowing, like if you look at it at a certain angle, it does seem to shine a bit more.
It's from the
Weird.
Seekers. Wait, is it the Seekers? Is that their name?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good.
Sorry, did we already ask? Do any of us know the Seekers?
I
I
do.
can't remember.
I don't.
Yeah, Odette knew a little bit, but
Okay.
they didn't really seem to be kind of present enough to kind of have like a big kind of known presence in the world yet.
Odd. Well, shall we eat?
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to see the tracks if I could.
Right, this way. Come. I'll lead him over to the tracks.
Yeah, looking at the tracks, they seem to be slightly. It looks like slightly covered up. If the person's kind of leaving in a hurry, but still kind of knowing that they're leaving tracks behind, but didn't do that well of a job of hiding them. Definitely, it looks like horse tracks. And they start kind of from where you can see off the main road, traveling through either kind of mud or dirt. They seem to have pretty wide length to them, but they definitely look like horse tracks that stop at a distance, and then the tracks leading off of them are much harder to see. But you want to roll either survival, investigation, or perception. Get kind of a closer look at the tracks off the horse, you can.
I'm not good at any of those. Well, I'll try and investigate it then. He's going to crouch down like it's a CSI show or something and like, yes. What's going on here?
Nothing.
Nim
Stop
already
there.
investigated this and she did fairly well, so she's just going to watch you very critically.
He takes a pair of sunglasses out of his pocket and puts them on. Right then.
Looking at the
Oh,
tracks, they definitely seem to be much more hidden than the horse tracks, but leading in. But they definitely do lead to kind of like this taller grass that you see that was kind of next to the cart and where the kobold was sleeping, things like that, and kind of walking towards the track. They're definitely humanoid, definitely like bipedal. Nothing that kind of walking on all fours, but they just seem like boot tracks. And let's see, at those closely. Yeah, you definitely know it's just one set of tracks. You don't see any other tracks, and then they lead into that bush and lead out back to where the kind of largest impression of horse tracks sit, and the horse tracks just lead back to the main road.
Cool. Bipedal humanoid. Between about 23 and 25, I reckon.
That's nonsense. The
That's what I'm
first part, of course, is true. The second part is
23 to
ridiculous.
45, I'm telling you.
That is
Woman.
complete conjecture. You have no basis for
Short
that
hair.
assumption.
Oh, I can tell in the way they walk.
You are quite foolish. Are you sure you're supposed to be outside by yourself?
Trust me, I know what I'm doing out here.
Nim's just gonna walk away and go for breakfast.
Odette is like
Yeah.
unbraiding her hair and like fixing it and like getting dressed.
Hmm. He pulls out a pencil out of his pocket and just starts like chewing on it, just looking at tracks. Interesting.
as
Nim,
as
I
you're doing
mean,
that, you do.
Elafir was in a forest once.
True.
He
I've been in
was.
many forests in my time, I'll tell you that.
Once you hit level 20, that backstory will be unlocked, and you will
We know all the
remember what
tracks.
happened in that forest.
We'll finally
Bipedal.
finish the story.
Yeah.
You have until level
Bipedals.
20.
Quadrupedal. All sorts of pedals,
But as you're sitting there looking at the track still, Nim was kind of walked back to the kind of general camp area. You do start to hear like horse kind of noises and just more kind of carts traveling towards you from that direction that you came from. Still on this main road, kind of looking up at it without even having to do a perception check. Just looks like a normal, kind of like a traveling cart. There isn't a person kind of sitting down controlling the horses, but there's a person kind of in front of the cart holding the reins of the horse, kind of walking them forward. Looks to be just like a humanoid. Seems to be just walking down this path kind of slowly. And on the end of the cart, you can kind of see things sticking out. Looks uh just like market products. There's like I would say like vegetables and fruits kind of just outside the cart. You're just walking by. You're still a good distance away, but it's kind of just walking down that main path.
Uh,
Wait, is it just me that sees it? Just Elephant?
From where you're at now,
Oh, right.
yes, because you see, because you're kind of by those tracks that are outside of your camp, and you guys kind of went off the main road a little bit to see it. But yeah, you're the one who first hears it and then sees it kind of approaching, but going fairly slow.
Elephant will just mosey on back to the group, contemplating many things about the tracks he's discovered.
Right?
Discovered.
He's discovered.
Wow.
He's hard at
No, he's
work.
discovered
done it
many things
again.
about the tracks, not the tracks themselves.
Uh-huh.
And he just goes, "There's a card coming, by the way." And then just sits down and eats breakfast, I guess.
The kobold actually had made enough food for most of all of you who would eat it, but doesn't look that great. Definitely just travel food that all it needs to be eaten up just a little bit, and it tastes extremely bland without any spices or anything, but it'll keep you going.
Odette's gonna pull out some spices and just like sprinkle it a little on her own. Her magic ingredients.
Sonny's just gonna eat it plain.
Yeah, and I'm just eats it as is.
Very chewy.
No complaint.
Very chewy mystery meat.
This is
Delicious.
so interesting. How did you get this? What's your...
I just followed the instructions. Open up this bag, heat it up, and I haven't eaten anything else probably in 2 months.
Oh,
What?
chef then.
Why
I
so
did sneak
long?
a funnel cake at the festival though.
Oh.
Why did you starve yourself?
Yeah.
Is there a reason, or
Oh,
just felt like it, I suppose?
it does its job. Hey, no complaints here. Also, traveling far from home kind of does it to you. You know, you gotta portion it out. But usually living life on
Right.
the road does it to you. No complaints here. I mean, tastes good enough.
You're complaining right now.
No.
Well, I mean, the funnel cake did surprise me what flavor tastes like. Kind of forgot after a while, but back to
Oh.
this.
Yep.
It's a bit depressing when you talk.
Sorry, I could do that less.
Do that less, yeah.
Faithas and Nim.
Does anybody have any not depressing things you want to talk about? Sonny, you seem happy. Say something happy.
I already shared my happy thing. I found this plant. Would any of you know what this is?
I'll
Do
take
I
a
know
look
what
at
it
it.
is?
Yeah, hold on. Let's
Of
see.
course I do. I'll tell you right now.
Everybody sit back. Elifier's got this one.
Okay.
It's the
Don't remember what it looked
survival,
like.
or-
Anyone can roll nature. I'll let everyone roll their one individual roll if they're looking at it, trying to discern what it is.
I'm not saying shit until he tells us what he
I'm-
thinks it is.
I'm gonna
I'm letting
say
Elephant
shit either
breathe.
way. So
Yeah, as it should be. Go Elafir.
tell me what I know. Tell me what I know.
All right.
It's
All right.
right.
Go ahead and before I tell you, go ahead and explain to me how you're looking at it. So you're looking at this plant. It has these like bristles at the top that don't seem like they're dangerous in a way, but it's the whole plant itself, definitely in this kind of form. Do you reach out and grab it to try to figure it out, or are you kind of just looking at it within Ani's like book or hand? It's up to you.
He'll grab it. He'll look at it
You'll grab it?
gently.
Okay.
Gently.
Roll sleight of
Precariously.
hand.
Oh. Oh. Okay. 7.
Okay.
Oh no.
You reach out for it to look at it, and you grab kind of a part where there isn't the obvious bristle sticking out. And as you kind of grab it, you feel like a slight prick to your thumb. Quick one, almost seems like something like snapped onto it or bit it. And just seeing like kind of like the recoil of your hand, you do notice that there is kind of a bristle stuck into it, kind of like a bee stinger. But doesn't seem to hurt after the first initial kind of sting. But go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh my gosh.
Easy. 17 with 5.
Hey.
And just looking at it, doesn't seem to do anything else. Seemed like it just hurt initially, but the plant itself, kind of in this state, doesn't seem to respond in their way. Just seemed like something kind of stuck into your hand, and then. But
Well, we call it the small bristled tulip plant, where I'm from at least. It's got prickles on it, to ward off predators and that. It's red to attract
Sonny's writing
sunlight and
all of this
bees.
down.
There
You know,
is
the
no
bright
purpose to
colors
the
help
words
with
that you say.
pollen.
Oh,
The bright
well, I
colors
did
help with
find it
bees
in
and
that
all that sort of
clearing over
creature.
there.
I do
And
believe you
everything
just
around
enjoy
it
the
was
sensation
red.
of speaking.
It likes sunlight a lot.
Uh,
And you know, sometimes it likes to come out at night, releases like pheromones and that whole manner of stuff. It takes a long time. I don't want to take up your time this morning.
Oh, that's just fascinating. Thank you so much.
That's all right.
honey, don't write that down. Write
I
that
do
down.
love a good plant, mate.
All right, but
I'm
with a
like trying to
15
get
and a
Sonny to
17.
None
not
of you
write it.
fuckers have joined. None of you fuckers have rolled insights. So as far as you know, I'm telling the truth.
I believe that
We
you
know
are
what
full
it
of shit.
is.
With a 15 and 17,
Let me roll
you
this.
two would know that this is an Emberosa plant. It kind
14.
of it doesn't really have a name to it just because people kind of treat it like a weed. It's very common around this area. People kind of pluck them and get rid of them because they're afraid of their either beasts of burden or animals will stick their nose in them and get bristles stuck in their face. The bristles do have a poison on them that, when stuck into people, has a chance of giving them a kind of like a rash or an itch that doesn't go away for weeks, and kind of just is a very kind of small inconvenience. It's not in any way, you can't really spread it besides kind of these bristles, but people kind of use them, and with like your nature checks, people kind of either can put them around their garden to kind of stray away wild animals that eat their garden, things like that, because they will usually sniff them and get their nose stuck with them, and then that rash will close up their nose and make them not be able to smell their fruit for a while. But other than that, it's fairly harmless. Other than that, not really life-threatening or anything like that.
Sonny, darling, that is slightly poisonous. If you don't want a rash, I wouldn't carry it around.
Oh, well, that's good to know. I'll just keep it in my book here. But it might be useful later on if we need to, ward off something that's trying to come into camp. Perhaps a
True.
horse.
That's true. Good thinking. Very good.
You could also make a nice soup out of it.
All right, Elafir. I believe you.
Thank you. I know all
Although I
about
too
plants.
wonder if you did make a tea of it, if it would get a rash inside someone's throat.
No, I
So
wouldn't
so
do
it's
that.
like a soup for your enemies. I
No, it's a
get it.
good soup.
We should
Tastes like
experiment.
chicken.
We should have Elafir try it.
This is
He
lovely.
did say it was good for soup.
It
Yes,
is.
he did.
Make soup.
I just had breakfast. I'm not making soup.
Instead of continuing on in our journey, I think we should spend the rest of today making different cooking recipes out of the Emberosa plant.
I agree.
That's a waste of time. I need to get to CrossRoads.
All right, shall we continue our journey then?
Yeah, I'll
Please.
get the cart ready. You see him packing up.
Darling.
Start walking over.
So,
What? Starts getting this.
abilities
Gets in the
to
cart and starts petting the horses. They're still alive.
oh, good. We all have abilities to defend ourselves. I know we talked about this a little earlier, and our dear Nim was a little concerned about us being able to keep ourselves alive. Y'all can do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I always talk to the Mosa and plants, and they're helpful to me.
Okay. Plant talking. That's good. That can be useful.
What do plants have to talk about?
You can tell us if somebody passed by recently, right?
All sorts of things, really. I mean, you got plants who they've got root systems which connect all over the continent.
I see.
Can you-
And we can tell us if there's water nearby.
Can you ask the tree to describe who stuck the crossbow bolt in it?
Oh.
Can a tree see?
They might be able to tell how big the person was.
Can you ask a plant if it's good in a soup?
I think you killed it when you picked it up. So you're holding a dead plant.
Tech. Okay. Technically, the ability is speech of the woods, and it's only animals.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
You can't talk to plants.
Make something up. Join Elefeared.
I'm always telling the truth, thank
charlatan.
you.
There are animals
Roll,
around,
roll insight, I dare you.
but
There are animals around.
there are. There's birds that are still kind of flying by, and every so often you kind of see animals that are, since you guys are kind of more off the main road, you see kind of small, like rodent-looking animals, like squirrels or things that are kind of hiding in bushes. But they don't really stay for too long. But if you kind of focus on one, you can focus on a certain animal. It just depends if you want to
Alright.
talk to either one that can fly or that one can. It's kind of just burrowing in the ground.
Well, I feel like flying animals wouldn't exactly be around whenever the horse rider was here, so I will try to chirp at the trees and
Our
chitter
horse
until I
probably
find
saw the
myself a
person.
squirrel or chipmunk.
Yeah.
The horse that pulls our cart, like they saw the person because they walked right past the cart.
Oh, yeah. That's a solid plan. I will go talk to the horse that pulls the cart.
All right. Um,
And
both
send in that
you.
ability so you can read it.
All right. How would you like to speak to the horse? As the kind of the kobold is still kind of strapping the horse to the cart and getting things ready. Uh, how would you like to speak to the horse that is pulling your cart?
Uh, well met, Mr. Horse or Miss Horse or some sort of horse. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Sonny. I was wondering if you were awake last night when a visitor came into camp.
The horse stares back at you, kind of looks towards the main road and back at you. Seems to be no one has really spoke to this horse before, is the sense that you're getting, and it seems confused for a second, but you do start to understand that the horse is kind of warming up to the fact that it can understand at least your concepts of it, and eventually kind of just blinks enough and closes its eyes in kind of a disappointed kind of way, kind of showing you that the horse wasn't awake during the to see the person, but kind of kicks up its hooves. This is a difficult one. Kind of kicks up its hooves, and you can understand uh, and kind of decipher its emotion that it definitely was a person riding a person that looks like itself, so a horse, as it kind of prances around with its hooves and shows. And go ahead and roll just to see. Roll animal handling with advantage
Let's go.
so I can see. Okay. Uh, and the horse actually begins to kind of move its. Is it a snout? Does anyone? What is a horse nose? Its nose.
Snout.
Okay, snout.
Yeah, I think so.
Towards one of the
Nice.
birds in the tree, and you get to kind of understand the horse is trying to convey the emotion of feathers to you. That the person is either covered in feathers or the person had something to do with feathers. But they're trying to convey that feathers mean something related to this person who's riding the horse away.
Well, thank you. Can I interest you in any of our breakfast? It's a mystery meat of sorts.
You take some out.
Yeah.
He just eats it from
Sonny, I
your
don't
hand.
think horses eat meat.
Horses eat meat.
This one is interested.
All right.
It's a
Cool.
carnivore
He just,
horse.
it starts
That's
eating
an
it, but it
abomination.
Audie
starts
lives in the
chewing it for
swamp. There's not a whole lot of horses there.
it starts to
you,
chew it for a while, and then eventually it kind of just opens its mouth and lets it kind of dribble out.
Oh.
Do you
Toddy has a
convey what the
negative
horse said?
nature check.
Do you tell us what the horse said?
Yeah. Some
Okay.
sort of bird or bird-related creature.
I'm gonna pull out the feather from Journal Man, and I'm gonna show it to the horse, and I'm gonna ask the horse, "Was it a feather like this?" And then I'll look at Sonny expectantly.
I will communicate the message to the horse.
Yeah. As the horse kind of stares at that feather in your hand and back at Sonic. Shakes its head left, right. Not a feather like that.
Okay. Thank you, horse. I'll put the feather back.
Anything else you guys like to do before setting onto the main road again?
Nope.
Alright.
Mm.
You guys are start loading into the cart. Elafir, that cart that you saw approaching earlier is now in front of you. But it seems like the person who was kind of leading the horse is now kind of in a position where he's letting the horses kind of travel at their own pace instead of kind of leading them, and has kind of picking up speed. It seems like he's not traveling at like a very fast pace, but as of now, he's traveling at a much faster pace than he was, and he is in front of you at a bit of a distance, but not too far. You can still see the back of his cart. But you guys start traveling in that same direction. How fast would you guys like to go? Because you guys can either have like a more of a rushed kind of path there, or slowed kind of path to keep things more safe, or to keep things more stealthy, or you guys just keep it just normal kind of medium pace, kind of like not walking but not kind of rushing either.
I'm fine with normal.
Normal.
Don't really have any
Normal's
reason
good
to
with me.
rush right now.
That isn't really where we're going still, so.
Oh yeah, does anybody have? No.
But one of you, and it could be any of you since the kobold is the one kind of riding the cart, go ahead and roll a d20 for your first day of travel.
Who wants to go?
I'll do it.
Yay!
19.
Oh.
All right.
Is that good or bad?
I have no idea.
Instantly die. Okay, and then roll
So tough.
a d6.
Oh, interesting.
Feels bad when you have to roll another dice.
Could go either way.
Maybe we
3
like.
puppies.
Ah,
Oh,
yeah,
you
maybe we
won them
can
Meteors.
over.
have-
Oh!
All right. So you guys are traveling, and you guys are aware that it is kind of just for a normal kind of cart there, just traveling at this distance. Usually, people will tell you it's about 2 weeks or 1 week and a half of travel from Ambrosia to CrossRoads, at just kind of sleeping at normal times, camping in kind of set intervals, but traveling through. I'd say, unless you guys have a lot of things you want to do during the travel, there's most days where you kind of just travel for a day, camp, nothing kind of crazy happens. But I would say probably about 2 days of travel go by with the D20. Nothing that kind of elaborate or fascinating has happened on the road. You guys have kind of, with that kind of survival check you guys made in the earlier parts, kind of keep that same length. No crossbow bolts are fired at your camp, etc., etc. But on that third day of travel, so you guys are on the second day of travel, third day, you guys are at your fourth day now, 2 days from the day you started right now. You guys end up on a path where, traveling down this main road, there is like kind of a fork in the road, or more of like a Y pattern, where you can obviously see the main road traveling further, or there's a path to the right. And the path to the right seems like it leads into more kind of lush forest kind of looking path, while the main road is just kind of that dirt path kind of refined to show that this is the main road. There is a lamp post sitting there and kind of sitting in the middle of this cross section. But other than that, you don't really see anything. You just like you roll perception to kind of look down the paths, but the kobold kind
I
of
will.
you guys are like approaching it. You guys aren't at it right now. You guys are still approaching it. And with a 19 at that lamppost, you see there is what used to be a sign, and with a 19, you catch it kind of laying in like the shrubbery or like a bush next to this lamppost that has actually snapped off and kind of fell down, and no one has picked it back up. So more shrubs and bushes have fallen over it. But as you guys get to that point and stop, you can see it in the ground laying there. One kind of arrow pointing towards the main road that reads CrossRoads, and then the other sign. It looks like someone has either marked on it or wrote it itself and was added. And it says, kind of shorter path to the crossroads, pointing towards that jungle area, but still laying on the ground as the sign was broken.
That doesn't seem suspicious at all.
We do love a good shortcut.
But the kobold does stop the cart, kind of looks down both paths, kind of turns around. Should we just keep traveling the main road, or I haven't been down that direction before, but I do know the main road like the back of my hand. But
I'd say
haven't
main
been down
road.
It would be most wise to stay to the main road.
there. Right, keep going that way.
I vote shortcut, but I guess
But
that's
you
just-
are very foolish.
Why would someone put shortcut there if there isn't one?
To lure people into the woods?
You
So
lot are
they
very
can-
cynical people. I've got to be honest with you.
Well, I've dealt with a lot of very, very bad people.
Have a bit of faith, you
The
know.
nice thing about a path that not very many people traveled, I mean, is that you're seeing things that other people haven't seen, and that makes it even more of an adventure, doesn't it?
There you go. See, Sonny knows what's
Typically,
going
if the
on.
also
path is
having-
not traveled very well, it's for a reason. There are
Take the
typically
road less traveled.
monsters or
That's what they
beasts.
say.
I did say that your safety is not my top priority, and I feel that path will be much more dangerous.
Yes, I'd rather not, you know, it looks like, not only is it unsafe, but it also looks a little, like, messy. We probably have to,
A lot
like,
of nervous
clear
guys.
some of the path and muddy, you know.
My thought process here is that that's probably a trap.
Yeah.
That probably other people will have gone into or will go into. And we're
Imagine.
probably some of the best equipped people to go there.
Why would we go there if we know it is a trap?
Because
It's a
other
trap for
people might
you.
not.
What
We
if
can
it's from the
tell other
cult?
folk.
But I don't know other people.
Probably already dead.
Well, I tried.
What?
People who went down there, they're probably dead. Could you
I
imagine?
barely
Oh.
have a priority to keep you all safe. I really don't care about strangers.
Imagine we go down that trail and we have to ride our horses over a lake of bodies.
What kind of fucking forest do you think it is? It's a lake of bodies in there.
No, just like a pile of them, and then the horses have to stomp on them, and we're running over them in the cart. It's bumpy.
I certainly
haven't
feel
traveled
like
much,
this
have
is-
you?
Bumpy.
It's bumpy.
I've
I think
traveled.
be
I've
when-
traveled quite a lot.
Oh, you know how it is when you're
Right.
rolling over body.
I hate it. I don't like a bumpy ride.
See, it's gonna be bumpy. You might get sick from the waves of bodies.
I feel like this is a chance for us to do some good, but if we don't want to take it, that's fine.
Why
I
would
vote
we
forest
take
because
it?
it's more interesting. Some trees. Think about all the plants you can get, Sandy. So many plants.
I mean, you don't need to convince me. I'm already ready to go on an adventure.
That 3 votes for a forest.
All right.
What's your vote, Kobold?
Well,
He doesn't get a vote.
Sure he
Oh.
does.
Yes, he's driving the car.
You get a vote.
We should ask the horses as well.
I'd say main road is definitely much safer, but I mean, if you guys are trying to get to the crossroads faster, that I mean, from what I can see, it looks like it would cut through what the main road has to go around, which is a big forest. But
There you
would
go.
get you guys
I'm
there
in no
faster.
rush.
I'm just not sure how much faster.
Fine, but if we do have to ride over bodies, I said so.
Deal.
I'm not using any
Right.
healing supplies on you lot.
Fair enough.
Use them on me. I'm on your side.
All right.
Fine.
Well, forest it is.
I'm pouring a glass of wine. I'm letting my goblet
Um,
fill up.
moves the horse to the right, and they start kind of traveling down this forest path.
I'll offer wine to Nim and Nim only.
Nim will accept, but she'll only take like one glass because she feels obligated to stay sober.
As you guys
Elephant's going
travel
to stand
down.
on the roof.
Okay.
He's gonna get
And
shot
He's gonna
immediately.
surf on the
as
roof.
as you're up
Bit of
there,
sunbathing, you know, he's going to have a great time.
the sun actually does begin to get blocked out by a lot of
Lovely.
the trees up ahead.
Oh, okay.
You
well.
do see like every so often there are the patches of sun that bleed through and showing that it is still morning. You're traveling through.
I think. Do you guys think it would be? I want to cast detect magic as a ritual. I want to spend time in the cart casting it, just
Sure.
in case any magical traps.
Hell yeah.
And as you're focusing on catching or casting, you do feel like every so often there are bumps in the road, and you might think it's a body, but looking outside, it is just like kind of like roots of trees that are on this path, and it is a path. It's not like you guys are traveling into a forest blind. There is a path, but it seems like the path has been overgrown or it hasn't been kept. There definitely is some sort of path that's leading through the middle of these, and trees have been moved out of the way to make some sort of path leading through here. But as you guys are traveling through, just to give you guys more.
Elephant's going to just look around, by the way. He wants to look for cool birds and stuff.
Okay.
Any cool
Roll
birds?
perception.
Great.
Any bodies?
Is there a lake of bodies anywhere? No cool
Six.
birds.
You don't
let's
see
hear it.
any lakes of bodies.
Damn.
Looking kind of past, and there is, once you guys are getting into the bigger part of the forest, there is a lot of trees that are blocking line of sight to look farther down. But you do notice like different animals that kind of have this shape of like in the shadows of like holding on to the sides of branches looking at you.
Okay.
And when you look at them, they kind of like scurry up the tree quickly. And you hear like different creaks and cracks of like different branches moving. And you do notice a lot of animals kind of looking at you traveling down this path. You don't see too many birds besides the ones that kind of fly out from trees when an animal kind of climbs up the tree quickly, and you see tons of birds, probably like 10 at a time, kind of fly off the tops of these trees and away in the distance. But traveling
Any cool
through
plants?
cool plants.
With a 6.
With a six.
The coolest plants you see are the huge trees, and the shrubs on the
big.
ground are kind of cool, but nothing that really sticks out. But you do start to get a small sense of like, even with a 6, because it is beginning to get pretty abundant, the smell of like fresh fruit.
Ooh.
Like it smells very, very. It's almost like a sweet smell, but it's very, very fruity.
Mm-mm.
And the rest of it hits you later. That the same kind of scent is. It's not overpowering in a way, but you do begin to all kind of smell it through the cart of kind of this fresh fruit kind of scent.
Does it remind us of anything more specific than just fresh fruit?
I'd say everyone besides Odette who's concentrating on the spell, roll a nature check.
Elephant doesn't care enough.
Sorry, I forgot to
Oh
switch that to
no!
Okay.
advantage.
Should I care an elephant? Doesn't care.
Does
He's having a great
doesn't
time.
really remind you of anything. The only thing it closely reminds you, it smells like it doesn't smell like one fruit specifically. It smells like almost like a cornucopia or like a fruit basket of fruit. Just different
Ooh.
scents hitting you all at once. So it does smell pretty
Didn't
nice
you
in
s-
here.
Didn't you say the cart in front of us was carrying fruits and vegetables?
Yes. If I
Right.
didn't hear it if Cedric said that.
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah, it
Did
had,
you
it
say
had
fruit?
vegetables and like it had like market
Oh.
products. Yeah, like you'd bring to a market some produce.
There you go. I said that. I saw a pineapple on there. I do
Um,
love a pineapple.
roll a d20 for me.
Who?
What, mate?
Just anyone. I'm just looking for the first
Oh,
d20,
do it.
honestly.
Yeah, you
You
did.
got this.
What fish?
There's no pineapple.
Love the confidence. There it is.
Oh. Sorry, an apple. No pineapple.
Damn.
I've
Yeah, there's
never
actually
had
a sign on
pineapple.
the card that said he hated pineapples for some reason.
Bastard.
All fruit except pineapples.
Ah, fucker.
But as you guys are still traveling through, the bumps in the car. Oh, and your tech magic does finish. What are you looking for to tech magic? Anything specific? Or are you just looking outside the cart, or are you?
Looking just in case there's magical traps or charms or something,
Okay,
because you never know what you're gonna find in the wood. This fruit might be like enchanting.
right. Go
Would
ahead
it
and
ping
roll a
everyone's
perception
magical
check.
items if they have one?
I would detect magic items too.
Who has magic?
You have magic?
No, I said who has magic.
Oh yeah, who has magic?
Go ahead and roll a perception check with your tech magic up, kind of scanning for magical traps or things like that are kind of outside of this cart, kind of peeking out.
Oh, not good.
Scanning around and this fruit smell still going on. Eventually the bumps in the cart became you get like there's a lot of roots across this path, so the cart begins to get very bumpy, enough for it to be like kind of annoying, kind of just keep running over these roots. But even kind of with the 10, you start to notice that there are small pings of magic out there, but they're too far away and they're too covered up by like different kind of shrubbery and things like that to know what they are. But you are getting a ping of magic outside the cart. They're small, very small, but and they're very spread out. So you kind of get one ping every so often. Then a minute kind of goes by of traveling, you get another one.
Guys, there's some magic around. Just little bits here and there.
Hmm.
Well, it's definitely a magical view from up here. I tell you that.
Wait, can I tell what type of magic it is?
Oh.
Yeah, let me put it up for you actually.
What's the
It's
range of
death
detect magic?
magic.
It is a range of, hold on,
60?
30 feet.
30.
30
Oh, no.
feet cylinder around me.
Gotcha.
Yes, you get the magic that you're getting off of these things that you're detecting is abjuration.
Oh. It's abjuration, if anybody knows what that means.
I do not.
Protection. Right?
Uh,
Well,
yeah, sort of like buffs, debuffs, you know, that sort of thing.
I want to climb up on the roof just for a minute and take a look around.
Okay, and go ahead and roll perception yourself. Y'all see
That's
Elfie.
my leg, him.
Oh, Jesus. This
Evelyn,
this
come on
is an
now. What's
uncomfortable
inside?
experience. I do not enjoy
Elephant's
this.
gonna put his arm around you. Just hold
Do
you
you
here.
enjoy this?
I'll hold you
This
here.
I don't like this.
It's nice. You can see a lot of things. It's a
I
beautiful
want to
view up
go
here.
back inside the cart.
It's the second most beautiful view from up here now.
Elafir, are you sure you don't want me to fix your hair? I could braid it
What?
or something.
My hair is perfectly fine, thank you.
Hmm.
As
I
you're
think
looking
this is
around,
making
Nim,
me nauseous.
you see those same creatures kind of staring back at you. That kind of in the shade of the trees, their eyes kind of glow. And right when you kind of make eye contact, they kind of scurry back or up the tree or around the corner of them. And kind of looking around, it seems like it's hard to keep focus with all the kind of bumps in the road. And eventually, as you're still scanning, both you're on the roof and Odette, you're also looking around. You hear a loud crack, like something splinters or breaks.
Is it from our
As
car or in the distance?
definitely from your cart,
No.
as the wheel kind of doesn't snap completely off, but you do hear kind of like a hinge of it kind of start to creak and splintering of wood as the bumps are enough for it to kind of creak it to one side, and the kobold kind of pulls the horses to stop for a moment as he kind of leans his head back. Looks like it's the back left wheel as he stops, and you see him kind of starting to get off of the cart to kind of scurry down to kind of go look at it.
I'm gonna jump down as soon as the cart stops moving.
All right,
Elephant
I'll
should
go
do
look
the
too.
same.
all right, you guys go down
Stay
there and look
inside,
at
don't
it.
worry. We've got it.
Definitely looks like the wheel is about to break. If you put any more pressure on it, it will snap completely off, but it seems like the wood just bounced enough and then hit a root at a pretty bad angle to make it splinter just enough so that the cart has like a very wobbly wheel on one side, and the cart is actually leaning on that one side now.
I definitely cannot fix this. Odette,
Anybody?
Oh my
Me?
god.
do you have any useful
Okay.
magic for fixing things?
It's not really my specialty. Let me see. Mm, I don't think I have anything that can help us.
I could fashion us a wheel out of some local tree.
Uh, I I could
Might do
start
the
working
job.
on it, but might
I'll
take
do
a little
that, I
bit.
suppose.
I have a little kit, but if you can make a wheel, then that would.
It'll,
I
it'll
think I
take
could.
a while,
You
so
should start working on it.
just work on
Okay,
Yeah.
that.
he
I
kind
I'll
of
have to chop a
goes in the
tree
cart,
down and, sort of make a
pulls out a
wheel out of
bag,
that. Perfect.
lays it down next to the wheel, and starts kind of looking through it, pulling out different tools to try to bend up this kind of side of the cart.
do.
I'll work as fast as possible, but see what I can do.
I mean,
I
while
We'll
this is
keep watch.
happening, Sonny's gonna look for some plants.
Okay.
Elephant's gonna do the same. He wants to go for a
Cool.
wander.
Are you guys gonna go
Just go
together? Or
for
are
a
you
little
guys gonna
walk,
go
sorry.
different directions?
Stick
Go for
together.
a little walk. Lots of cool trees I saw in the way.
Is there any? Sorry, go on.
Sonny will follow Elafir because he sounds
Okay.
knowledgeable about these cool trees.
Stay with
Oh.
your buddy, and Sani, do not eat anything that Elafir tells you is safe. Elafir, don't eat anything.
And be careful touching something. Pick it up with gloves or a cloth.
I'm wearing gloves all the time. I haven't taken them off.
Make me feel confident.
Let's go for a peruse, shall we?
All right.
I guess we'll
Well,
walk
So,
off somewhere.
the group of Elafir and Sani, both of you guys roll either nature or perception. One roll each, or one with advantage. Up to you.
You got this.
Perception I can do.
Let's roll one each. Show perception.
Nope, cannot.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Roll
my
me a
-1 isn't
3.
gonna help.
Hey!
Okay. So traveling through,
Brutal.
you guys are leaving the car, and also, what is Scourge up to while this is going on?
I would
So,
love to help the kobold fix the wheel.
okay, and you definitely can kind of help hold the cart up on one side while the kobold's trying to has like a tool in its mouth and another one in its other hand holding the wheel. It looks like, surprisingly, he looks like he's capable of at least doing this. And it
Wow.
looks like he knows what he's doing. At least. It looks like he's not just trying to figure it out on the go, but it looks like he knows what he's doing at least for this. Or at least it looks like he
Yay.
Good
does.
for him.
But as the
Um,
two of you walk off to the floor, Odette, what would you like to do as well?
oh, I was just wondering if there's any of the magic pings near us right now.
There is. There's about 4 of them, but they're in different locations. There's 2 that seem to be mostly together, and then there's one kind of far, kind of like in the top right direction of your cart, and then one far bottom right of your cart. But the 2 that are
Hmm.
closer together are kind of just like straight to your left, probably about 15 feet from you.
Okay. Nim, would you like to go investigate the magic with me? There's 15 feet over there. I can sense it. Just want to take a peek, see if it's dangerous.
Does it happen to be the direction that Sonny and Elifir went?
Just about. It seems like they're going.
Roll a random dice. Pick a
Yeah. So
direction.
you guys can pick a direction, and then I'll see if you guys are going the same direction as that. But it depends
wanna
on which
roll
way
a-
you guys would like to go, because you guys are on a road. Your cart has broken out in the middle of the road, so you can guys go any direction from that cart, and I'll just base direction from where that cart is sitting.
Should I just roll a d8? That's what directions, right?
Sure.
That's what 8 directions, with 1 being forward and like 3 being to the right or something.
Do that.
Back left. Go that
So,
way.
yeah, it is almost the same direction. They're kind of going diagonal, same way that the wheel broke, straight back from where the wheel broke. You guys are going similar direction, but just more left.
Okay, so it's not coming from them though. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go look.
All right. Let me roll a dice. So you goes first. Okay. So, Odette and Nim, approaching this kind of pings that Odette is getting. It is behind a big tree as you're approaching, and it is in like the middle of this kind of shrubbed area that you're kind of walking through, and you hear like the kind of birds ahead kind of flying off. You guys approach, and the different kind of creatures of this forest still making noise as they're kind of following you guys. But you notice in the clearing, um, 2 kind of weird looking flowers sit next to each other, and it is the sense of your ping, still is abjuration magic. From just looking at them, they look like they're really big and flat petals, but they are glowing from that magic, and they're completely like white, pale looking. But
Hmm.
as you see in this clearing, it seems like it's not destructive to other plants around it. There are plants like growing right underneath it and over it, but it just kind of seems to sit there. And as you're approaching it, that sense of the fruit smell that you get is the strongest.
Hmm. I think
So
the
it
fruit
seems to
smells
do
coming
be
from these
coming from that.
flowers. Okay. Does it look like there's any traps around it? Does it seem like the plants are defending themselves?
Let you guys roll perception, 1 each or advantage.
I'm rolling
Man
16.
has a gun.
Also 16.
Yeah, it pulls out a knife
Ooh.
and stabs you. But looking around, it
I
doesn't
got a
look like
Glock.
there is any traps nearby. But with the 16 from both of you, you guys actually clock it at the same time. There is a trail of looks like very dried blood away from the plant,
Ooh.
probably about 5 to 10 feet away from this plant. And then as you're following that dried blood, uh, like with your eyes, there is a clearing that looks like something sat there for a while. You see a big pool of dried blood, but nothing is sitting there currently.
Hmm. Have I seen these flowers at all in any of my magic text?
Roll intelligence.
Okay. Nat 20. Are you kidding me?
Ooh.
You definitely have. These plants being magical, you have seen them in your text before. This is let me get the name before I butcher it for myself. This is a scented Restoris, and I will type it out.
Yay!
I'm surprised I'm not typing this out to Sonny.
Man.
I'll put it in here. So it is scented Restoris. You would know it before from, you haven't really, I would assume that you probably just saw them in text, but you would remember reading about them, that they do bring off a very, very vibrant scent of whatever's around the area. So it could be fruit, it could be vegetables, it could be something, whatever it likes to attract things to itself. You would know that people actually look for these and actually collect these, and with your natural 20, would know that if you touch the flower petal on any of the petals, and it usually starts out with 5, if you touch any of them, the white petal usually fades into a quick dark color quickly, the entire petal, and then wilts away and dies, probably like 5 to 10 seconds after touching it from any contact
Okay.
of like humanoids or animals or anything like that. And they are used in multiple ways to restore health to people or cure conditions and things like that. You would know, even with your natural 20, that one petal, uh, and for one petal regains kind of lost hit points, more like recovers your wounds. 3 petals kind of eaten together or made in kind of like a kind of more pestle kind of way together cures the poison condition. And then 5 petals was never kind of tried before, and it was more like people just stuck to the 3 petals and 1 petal because 5 petals would use that whole plant up, and it seemed like it didn't do anything other than the other 2 effects.
Do I
But
know if there's a way I
usually
can
plants are fine.
harvest them that
You
won't
can,
kill the petals?
yeah. So there is a long stem underneath them that if you cut that and not touch the petals, then it would keep the petals intact. But you know that people are just either talking about them. There are people usually hired to get these because they know a better way to do it. And it's very difficult because if the petals touch anything of skin or anything of like armor, gloves, anything that it comes in contact with, the plant will immediately start to turn black and wilt.
Okay, that's tricky. Um, so I can't wrap them up in anything.
Doesn't seem like it. Seems like whatever touches it or whatever kind of moves its petals touches it immediately starts to. But with your natural 20, you would know that people who brought them in before for study or for magic, abjuration, kind of restoring properties, they'd bring them in magically. Like they would pick them up magically. And it seemed like magic wouldn't wilt the feathers. But if they picked them up with some sort of magic means or magical kind of casing, things like that, it would not wilt the feathers. But normal objects would.
Scented Restoris. Amazing. This would be useful to us if it wasn't so delicate.
How so?
Well, they can cure poison, help restore your health, and cure some wounds. But if you touch the petals, they die and lose their abilities.
If you guys would like it, I'll share it to you guys here so you guys can see what it looks like.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I'll put it in your journals, and I'll also see. That should be in the journals there, and I'll put it up somewhere so people can look at it. But yeah, definitely just a
Ooh.
kind of a white flower, and then the kind of image in the back you see is what it looks like when it starts to wilt.
Okay.
I wonder if I want to bring it back, but I absolutely know that either Elifie or Sani will touch it.
You can
Well, if we
touch
don't-
the stem, right? It's just the petals that causes them to
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we don't have a way to store it, there's no sense in harvesting it.
But now that
You
we
got-
know they're there, if we come across them and somebody's injured, we can just shove a petal in their mouth.
True.
And these ones
And I can.
specifically, the
That's
two
good.
that you're looking at, one of them only has 2 petals left, the one on the left, and the one on the right has all of its petals. So there's one that's missing 3, one that has all.
Somebody's helped themselves.
Yeah. Whoever was bleeding must have come here, found the flowers to heal themselves.
If we come across them again by need, I can grab them with magic.
That is a useful skill. Can we
Oh,
tell roughly how old the blood is?
Looks few days, so probably 2 to 3.
Okay.
And also with your guys' 16 perception, it looks like kind of laying, or like that spot where the most of the blood is. It looks like uh, it wasn't propped up on a tree or anything. It looks like it kind of just laid flat. So whatever it was, uh, and following the trail of blood, looks like it kind of walked a few steps and kind of laid flat, but it's not there anymore. So whatever it was laid horizontal on the ground right there.
Okay. But you said just a few days.
Yeah, 2 to 3 at most.
Okay.
okay. I'm ready to get back.
Okay.
You guys start walking back, and for Sonny and Elifir, you guys are kind of walking straight away from the broken wheel as you guys are walking out in that direction. Um, you guys get to like a spot where the trees are very close together, but kind of reaching through there's a big clearing, kind of like a where the sun is shining a lot. There's no trees in the middle, and you also see these white flowers, uh, kind of sprout up on the ground, and they're kind of in this meadow, and the sun is kind of just shining on top of them.
Neat. Let's walk over to the flowers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
have a nice walk. It's a nice walk in the forest. The sun, it's great.
Okay.
Have a great time.
So there's about in this meadow area, there's about 5 of them kind of spread around. There's one that's closest to you. There's one that's almost like directly in the middle of this kind of path. And then they're like, it almost makes like a dice pattern, like a 5 on a dice where one's in the middle and there's one in every corner. But which one would you like to walk up to?
You got a preference, Sonny?
Mm, no.
Middle one then.
Yeah.
Middle one? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are walking up together, or is Elifir just walking up alone?
Well, it's up
Walk
to
up
Sonny, I
together.
guess. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't see why not. We're just having a nice walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not cynical bit fuckers like these everyone else.
Yeah.
We're having a great
The
time.
world's a beautiful place.
Beautiful place.
Right.
Just some little flowers
Um,
in a clearing.
Okay, walking up to it. It's like the grass here, or like the shrub on the ground, is a bit taller than usual. It seems like the trees around it aren't kind of harvesting everything around it for its nutrients, and it's mainly in the sun, so things seem to be way more greener here. Walking at this plant, though, it's a completely white plant, almost pale. Same description as the one that they've seen, but your character wouldn't know that they've seen it. This one, however, as you're walking up to it, it's uh, just full kind of white 5 petals, kind of straight up
Beautiful.
towards the sun. What would you like to do with it?
I guess smell it.
Yeah, you can smell it. You bend down and smell it. It
Yeah.
smells terrible.
Oh,
It smells bitter.
don't smell
And
very nice, this.
go ahead and roll perception. Okay.
It's not
Uh,
bad.
yeah, smelling it smells very bitter. It actually washes that fruit smell out of your nose and replaces it with this very bitter, kind of like muddy, herbally kind of smell.
Come and
And
smell it, Sonny.
All right, Sonny will go smell it.
okay,
Unless something
roll.
comes up in the perception check, I guess.
Well, yeah, go ahead and roll your own perception check as you guys are both kind of smelling it.
Ay, ay, ay.
Come on, you got a +6. Too well. All right.
Okay. As you go
Okay.
down and sniff it, you get that same sense, very bitter. Getting this close to it, you see as this flower, this completely white flower, has a few black dots on it, like north towards the center. Looks like almost like ladybug dots on this flower. And with a 17, you hear like a slight, it almost sounds like when you haven't eaten for a while and your stomach growls. And it just sounds like that weird bubbly kind of growl. And as you're sniffing it, and you guys are both kind of standing there in this open meadow, immediately, almost like a kind of split second reaction, you see these kind of what looks to be the other flowers kind of back into the ground as these huge kind of jaws start to rise up from both ends of this
Okay.
flower from the ground.
Oh.
And both
That's a
you
big
guys
British
make
flag shirt.
dexterity saving throws. As I change the music.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck!
This is what we wanted. This
Oh!
is it.
Amazing.
This is it.
Absolutely
it.
amazing.
Are you smelling this? What's going on?
Okay, let me see the rolls. Perfect. Okay, Sonny, you actually step back enough, just enough to see Elifir get completely closed into this plant.
Ah.
And it snaps shut, and you see the very bright green kind of plant, and the vines around it now start to spring out of the ground, all these bristles on it, and slam into the ground like legs and lift itself up.
Oh!
And Elifir is within it still, and it's completely closed. And the plant lifts up from the ground about 5 feet off the ground. And you're going to go ahead and start and roll initiative for Elifir and Sani. And for the
Oh,
rest of you, you hear
boy.
this loud snap like a bear trap just sprung shut on something from the direction that they came from. So let me go get you guys on the map, too.
Yeah.
And then we'll sigh deeply and start running towards the noise.
Aw.
Elifir and Sanny's big day. It's done great.
Oh, follow along.
Okay, so let me get you guys to the map while you guys roll your initiatives so you guys can see what's happening. There.
Oh my
and
gosh,
let me switch the-
initiative?
And you
Okay,
guys
and then
wanted to take the lame path.
Boring. Roads? Ugh.
so
You gotta go through the
for
forest. Come on.
Oh
for
my gosh.
clarification, the cart would be where Scourge is at. So this is the cart. This is where you guys walked up and saw the plants here.
Wait, where?
I
And
can't see
then
him. He's invisible for
Yeah, I can't see
let me-
I don't see
the
anything but the
cart.
map.
Oh, so we're close. Oh, I thought we walked for like 20 minutes or something. We were just I don't know.
We're gone.
I was still gonna be like, we're gone for like an hour. Just gonna have a nice walk.
We just both died in a plant trap.
Well, she's fine. I'm gonna die.
Is it a
Hey, can
cow
you guys see the
plant?
map now? Or is it
I see the
Is
map, but I
that a
don't see the
Sims 4?
cart
Yeah,
or
that's
Oh.
true.
anywhere.
Yeah, I see the map, but I don't see any token.
Yeah, the cart token's imaginary, okay? I'll add one
Oh,
later.
okay.
But the cart
Oh,
is
right.
here. Yeah, the cart's here. Like
Okay.
I can draw it. Check
Yeah,
this
I
out.
don't-
draw it.
No, I
I
thought
don't
that was a
see
Scourge
any
token.
of the
You
tokens.
said Scourge.
I don't see.
Yeah,
I see.
Oh, I see
Sunny.
Well,
Yeah.
I just
yeah,
put
Sonny
down
popped up.
Sonny. We're
Hey,
imagining
crit.
things,
This is
guys. We're
good.
imagining them.
Oh,
I
it's
don't have an
because
imagination.
it's because the DM's on the wrong layer and is an idiot. That's we figured it out.
Stop.
Let me fix it. Woo! Hold on. 2 weeks.
We're so close. We're doing great.
This will
Fine.
probably
Yeah.
make way much more sense when I bring you guys to the
This is
correct layer.
Hell
Can
yeah.
anyone see
Oh,
now?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Where
okay.
am I?
Makes a lot more sense.
Good.
I'll show you where you're
In
at.
the
You
in the
are
beast.
there,
Yay!
inside of this
Ah!
plant.
Oh,
Found
kind
a
of
token.
I'll go ahead and put your token down over there.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Great.
There you go. Makes a lot more sense. So now this image over here. So yes,
Nice.
where Scourge is at is where the bottom left of the card is, and you're still with the kobold. But So everyone rolled initiatives. Let me see.
Oh wait, I need to roll initiative.
I haven't. Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, everyone roll initiative.
Do you have the tracker up? I didn't. I was waiting. I don't see it.
Oh,
there it
there
is.
you go.
Oh.
So yeah.
I like the rules. This is good. It works.
Nim
It works in
intentionally
role
waits a
play. It's
second
good.
because she feels like you deserve to learn a lesson.
No, you're slow. That's all
Nim's
right.
just
Accept
walking
it.
slowly.
You're just slow. That's all right.
Yeah, it's a
Just
deep
gonna
sigh
stroll in.
and then a
Yeah.
trudge over.
And
And
okay.
you can't be calling anybody slow from inside a plant.
Yeah, right?
Okay, so I think these are the correct
Technically, I'm still quicker
initiatives.
than you inside the plant.
Good.
Well,
Good.
I am a lot closer
Well, yeah,
to the
because you're
plant.
in the fucking plant.
I know something's wrong.
Yeah.
Something's wrong here, guys.
Okay, there's correct initiatives, right? 4, 5. Yes.
Listen,
Okay.
But I don't see Sunny.
I don't see Sonny on it. Yeah.
I
Let
see
me.
Sonny.
Not in the initiative.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, you're right.
I'll have to move your token down and add.
Silly. Quentin.
22. Then we hit the right button. Okay, is it good now? I think.
Golden.
Looks good.
Yeah, we're all good. It's golden.
Good.
All right. I have to roll for my own monster. Oh. All right. So, top of the round, Sonny, what'd you like to do? Also, just for clarification, Elifir, you're blinded and restrained, but you have
Cool.
full cover from any attacks that are outside of this plant. So, you're done there.
Yay.
Nice.
We could double check what restrained.
Oh boy. I don't want to harm the plant.
Oh my gosh.
I'll harm the plant. Don't worry.
No. What do you ever say?
I mean, like Elifir or a cool new plant. It's really a toss-up.
Well,
It
Yeah.
is a pretty cool
Yeah,
looking
you
plant.
make it. You make a point.
it's pretty cool. It's like one of those ones that come out the tunnels in Mario.
Oh
right.
yeah. Piranha
Piranha
plant.
I just stepped on the wrong tunnel. I thought it was going to take me to like a secret layer, but
Yeah.
It still
I just stepped
could.
on a plant.
It is on the move now, so it could be taking
Oh, it's
you
on the
somewhere.
move. It's
I was
just gonna.
walking.
Yeah,
Wow.
the vines that came out of the ground then arched and it's lifted its bottom portion up. So Elifir is 5 feet off the ground now, still trapped
Oh my
underneath, or still trapped
Oh,
on
nice.
top of this plant.
This feels very on brand.
Fantastic.
Can I still cast
What?
spells if I'm restrained?
I believe, unless it's a
Somatic.
you can do through verbals.
I can't do
somatic.
somatic. Okay.
So, if I did Thunderwave, do I think that I would
Love it.
harm Elifir?
What's that just- Oh. So all right. So it's just a DM rule that I can't smack, right?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
specific plant.
Okay.
The I'll explain it when
That's
it's
fine.
your turn.
All right.
But it seems like he's completely inside the plant. So, from what you know, if the spell doesn't directly just hit anything in the area, if it just hits whatever it's hitting, like a firebolt or an arrow hitting at the end of the plant, it won't hurt him. But if it's something that hits just everything in the area, it possibly could. But he does have complete cover from anything that's not within the plant. So if it only hits on the outside of the plant, shouldn't hurt
Alright.
him.
Let's see how this goes then. I would like a con save from our plant.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Ooh,
Do I have to roll
13
one?
fails. No, you're fine.
Really? Oh wow.
The plant does.
Does it each creature within the save?
I'm thinking like
15.
Maybe it depends where you put the point. If the point's on the outside of the plant, then it only hits the plant. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking it more of
Fortunately,
like
because
it's
it
like
failed,
a.
it also means it gets pushed 10 feet away, but you know.
And I'll just
No.
since the map
What?
is, I'll just write this little note that it's 10 feet up there, just so I don't have to increase the map's length because it's walked pretty far now. But so the 10, it does fail moving Elifir with the
Nice.
kind of movement. So you guys are both kind of 10 feet that direction. And let me roll something here.
300-foot noise as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
so all the
Our
birds in the
allies
area
definitely
are
heard
gone.
that one.
I hope none of the big plants heard it. Are there big plants?
All right. The plant is 10 feet away.
I like
Would
the
you like to
arrow.
move, or would you like to do anything else on your turn? Make this like a brighter color, so.
Even though there was a pretty audible sound there, she's still gonna yell out to the rest of the group, "Help!"
Oh my gosh.
All right.
No, she's not gonna move though. She's gonna stay there.
Okay. But you definitely hear the loud thunder. You hear a loud snapping noise. You hear things getting ungraveled out of the ground. You hear a loud thunder kind of wave almost burst your ears, and then you hear somebody say help. So what'd you like
Yeah.
to do?
Ugh, idiots. Let's go into the forest. Why don't we go into the forest? I'm gonna walk over here.
Buddy
Can I,
system didn't even help.
can I see the plant?
You definitely can. It is huge.
God damn it.
It kind of looks like. So it definitely looks like almost like a crab in formation. It has 4 vines that are arched now that make its feet and kind of walking in like a sideways pattern. And then on the very top is a closed capsule of green with teeth kind of making a cage above it. And you can every so often see something like it's like mouth kind of moving as there's something stuck inside of it. But it is 5 feet off the ground now. That is higher than most plants that are on the ground here,
Magic
besides the
missile.
trees.
That's what I'm gonna cast.
yeah.
Wait, that's 1, 2.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, how many? 3, right? Yeah. And 3. Not a lot, but 12 damage?
All right.
That's a nice
Definitely, the
magic
magic
missile.
missiles does hit the
They're
plant. It
glittery,
does
just so you know.
recoil off of the plant.
Firecall.
Elifir, you do feel like the plant shifting back and forth, especially when it got launched 10 feet. So it is
Spit
a
him out.
very bumpy ride, bumpier than the car actually.
So fucking bumpy. But it's over his body.
But it is
Behind the body.
the Mimi Venus's turn. It will.
Oh no.
Okay. First off, Elifir, you take 8 acid damage.
Oh, he's gonna
Oof.
die.
Oh.
We're level 2, Zed.
I'm gonna die.
Oh wait, you guys are level 18? Oh wait, let me just redo the whole. You guys got it.
Easy.
And it will.
I can take it.
10 feet up. It will, as it's kind of pushed back and kind of it leans up on the side of a tree. These vines wrap around it. It pushes itself back up from the thunder wave, and it will launch one of its vines into the ground, which will burrow through and then kind of, as it goes in the ground, launches back out and try to hit Sonny.
Knocked rock.
Does a 16 hit?
Yep.
Okay, and take 6 piercing damage. And you are grappled.
Oh no.
Oh.
But since it's grappling you, for its movement, it will start to. You see it lay back down, and its other 3 vines start digging underneath it. But I'll be on its turn. Elifir, it's your turn. You're in plant. You're blind restrain,
Okay.
but you can use an action to try to escape it. It would be a strength check, but other than that,
I can't
you
use
can't
somatic components.
yeah, you can't use anything that requires your hands. You could attack it from the inside, like just with your weapon.
Yeah.
And I would
Or
allow,
disadvantage.
yeah,
on
at
restraint.
disadvantage. And if it's anything that I'd say, like everything you're using your booming blade, I'd allow that because it does go on your weapon and hit it, so that'd be fine. But
Okay.
and then, or you can use a full action to try to peel yourself out of this Elefir fly trap. I guess
Not very
Venus Elefir
strong.
trap.
I guess I'll just try and stab it. I'll
Okay.
I'll try booming blade it. Yes, yeah, I think that's all I can do, I guess. Oh, bonus action Hexblade's curse it. So it looks
Yeah.
watery again from the outside, that sort of dark shimmer.
Hell
And
yeah.
I shall try and booming blade from the inside. I'll do it two-handed because I don't have my shield out as well. Oh, great. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. With disadvantage, it'd be 23, but still
18
hits.
damage. Oh, shit. Damn. I've got a disadvantage.
Oh.
Well, 23 then. Let me just double check I can do booming blade with two hands. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can. So whatever that damage was, 8 damage.
8 damage. All right.
8 slashing damage. Damn you, crits.
Let me.
Yeah.
So 5, 8 plus 6. Okay. The plant does recoil as you kind of stab it, and you're in it's a very uncomfortably tight situation. I try to get to that sentence out. Anyway, so as you stab into it, you do see it's like the acid drip onto your like shoulders and underneath you, and it is like burning away parts of your like skin. It is very, very acidic in here, but that very bitter smell you can now see why it's very bitter in here as you look down
Ooh.
and you see bones and you see other items underneath you of things it couldn't digest.
Hey. I don't know what that means.
It smells bad in here.
But it is Scourge's turn.
These are some very smart plants if they created a shortcut sign.
Yeah, you
honestly.
can imagine it with one of its vines like wood cutting this.
Oh my
I'm gonna
gosh.
get someone with this.
Zed, was that sign written in crayon?
Yes.
Yeah, it was written in crayon, and it looks like a plant wrote it.
Nice.
Yeah. Scourge will just full dash towards the sounds.
All right.
You inside the plant?
And
Well, the plant is still
Leap in.
technically 10 feet up if you
Yeah.
had any more movement. So that is technically kind of off the board a little bit. But
and we'll just immediately piece together the elephants in the plant.
yeah, so you run
But
up, you
that'll
see
be
that someone's in the plant, and you see that Sani's wrapped up in a vine that has a bunch of thorns on the outside of it. But
makes sense. That's it.
all right, Nim, it's your turn.
Okay. Is this plant looking rough at all yet?
It definitely looks like the skin on the outside is like peeling off, and it definitely looks
Ew.
like it's in a like retreating kind of fashion. So it is. It's not. It's definitely showing wear and tear.
Okay. As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike. And what's going to happen is the shadows around Nim sort of seem to like darken and almost wrap around her a little bit, and she starts moving. Or actually, first, before I start moving, I'm going to go ahead and take a shot. Do I have sight on it from where
You
I
do.
am?
And
Okay.
you didn't before, but now since it's lifted up into the air and got pushed 10 feet, you can definitely see it. And it's actually as it got pushed, one of the trees kind of like bent down, so you can see it
Okay.
above most of the plants.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and take a shot at it, and with Zephyr Strike, I'm gonna go ahead and take my advantage on this shot. So that is a 19.
19 hits.
Could you
Uh,
ping Zephyr Strike? I just want to read what it does out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's 7 damage, and okay. So with Zephyr Strike, since I did, hang on, let me go ahead and ping it. So now I have my movement for this turn is 60. I can't see exactly where it is, but I want to get within. I want to run up and get within 10 feet of it. So I want to be just out of its reach, but I want to be in position to, or as close as I can get, so that I can get flanking with Scourge on my next turn.
Okay.
You
So
didn't
yeah,
add the
I
D
can.
at force damage, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
And
Nice.
then you
Okay,
said
so
you'd like to
that's
move on the
11
other side of
points
it.
total. Yeah, as close as I can get. I've got 60 feet of movement. And then
Okay.
I want to get, but I still want to be just like 10 feet away with it. I don't want to be in melee just yet.
Okay. And then you want to be on the opposite side of Scourge, so
Yeah,
the plant
or
is in
as close as
between.
I can get to it.
Okay.
Oh
Let
shit.
me measure it out because I have it. So I can my ruler.
You could like shift the whole battle down if that helps, by the way, with just.
You know what? Yeah,
distance.
we'll do that. We'll do that just so it's easier for everyone's eyes, but it's still happening in kind of this
Thank
corner,
you.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So how did I not grab that number? Okay. Sure. Okay, so I'll just move it down to here. And I'll move so this plant is just about there. I can get rid of this.
Okay.
So that's where the plant is actually at. There for clarification. So
Okay,
yeah, you
perfect.
can move yourself wherever you'd like.
Ooh, perfect. All right. So 50. All right, so I'm gonna go right there. Okay, so I'm gonna get right here because Sani is right here, right?
Yeah.
Or
Do it.
sorry, not Sani, but Scourge.
Yeah.
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 Or is
Scourge
is coming up to
is
that.
still there. Yeah. All right.
Okay, perfect. Actually, I'm gonna. Does it look like it could reach beyond 10 feet?
It does.
It's
Okay, I'm actually
grabbing
gonna stop
Sammy.
up here. Oh, it's grappling Sani from all the way back there?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Shit.
it
Sammy
is.
might be closer, but
Okay, let me see. So that gets me 20 feet away from it, so it should be out of melee, right? That's not gonna help me next turn, but it'll help me this
sure,
turn. Okay.
you'll be
All
fine.
right.
Yeah,
Sonny,
hopefully
it
out of
is
melee. Out of
your
known
turn.
melee. All right, yeah.
You're still grappled, but it just makes your movement speed 0. But you can use an action to break the grapple if you'd like, or do whatever else you'd like.
Yeah, I'm here. I was just thinking slowly.
She's in the mind palace.
We'll do it later. I thought you
Um,
just left me to my fate.
Permanent
Saw another
death.
plant.
yes. As a bonus action, I'm gonna activate the crocodile spirit, which is just the bear spirit, but with a different name.
Let's go.
Oh.
All right.
Tickle the shepherd.
So I will
A
send.
crocodile.
Crick-a-doodle-doo.
Crocodile.
It still says bear spirit in there because apparently I only changed the first part. I'll have to go through
All
there
right.
and fix the rest of that later.
It's a crocodile bear.
The bear crocodile.
Yes. So each of my allies who is within my aura, which is 30-foot radius, I'm gonna base around me. So it's It's not gonna hit Odette and Nim, unfortunately, but it will hit Fear and Scourge.
Thank you.
So we get some temporary hit points of 10, or no, 10 plus, sorry, not times, 7. Take your 7 temporary hit points.
Thank you.
And advantage on strength checks. So then I will try to break free from the grapple.
All right.
Very cool.
Let's go.
And
If it
is
was
that
times, that'd be nuts.
so? It's a strength check to break the grapple, I would assume.
Yes.
Cool. Which is now an advantage because of Crocodile Spirit.
hmm
Awesome.
Is it like athletics or is it just flat strength check?
It's
There you
it's
go.
a strength save, but if you're not proficient in your
Me.
saves, it's same as like a strength check.
I am not proficient. I got
Yeah,
a
22
22.
does break the grapple.
Fantastic.
Woo!
Just
And
strong.
right when
The
you
fuck?
break the grapple, you see the kind of vine rush back into the ground.
And then I will run up there into the fun combat range.
All right,
That'll be my turn.
Odette, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna move a little bit further back because I don't know how far its reaches, but I do not want to get caught. And I'm gonna cast Magic Missile again. So first one's 2, second one 4, third one 4.
All right,
10.
that's enough for the plant to then, as the magic missiles hit it, you kind of regurgitate or spit out Elafir prone, but on the ground. I'll say there. As it spits you out, you're still covered in acid, but it does spit you out. It took enough damage for it to kind of throw you up.
Am I closed
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah, you're completely covered in like this mucus, acidic, but on the ground, prone. But you are still right next to it.
I'm gonna
Poor
tell
Ella,
Silk
he's
to
always
hop
getting
onto
dirty.
the rock, and then if vines grab me, to eat the vines.
Okay. Have that noted. It is its turn. It will. Ooh. Yep, it will. It's not the smartest, so it will try just kind of sprinting in one direction. So
Oh
if you guys
no.
like to take your opportunity attacks, it's moving this way. It's not that fast.
I would like that.
Smack it.
Triggers Bohemian Blade.
Oh yeah,
Ignore the
these
2.
are
Yay!
It's just the 3 damage. It does not.
3 damage. Okay.
Okay.
Alright, 3
All those
damage
hit.
is more than
13
nice.
is its AC, so all those hit.
Let's go.
Woo!
Elephant will swing wildly from the floor, which is a disadvantage, I believe. Oh, that's about one.
Amazing.
All right.
I love
Oh my
Elafir's
SK
gosh.
7-4 and
Whew.
movement. Okay. It is looking extremely rough.
It is not good in there.
As it kind of walking away, you see like actually one of its vine kind of legs fall off. It kind of slammed to the ground, but pick itself back up, and it slowly, like as the bottom of it starts to like kind of rub against the ground, start to slowly try to implant itself back into the ground, like it's burrowing. And it's like leaking this fluid from it all the way from where it started.
No.
But Elfrid, it's your turn.
Elephant will stand up.
You take still covered in acid, but
Oh
since
no.
you're out of it, only 3 acid damage.
All right. A proud crocodile bear protects Elephant. I stand up for 15 feet. I'm 15 feet away. Brilliant. How much does this do? Yeah, he'll just walk up to it and limp over and try and smack it with his sword if he
Alright.
can.
My con behavior.
Two-handed again, yeah. I believe. 18.
Oh,
15 damage. I didn't booming blade, it's just charging at it.
Well, how would Elafir like to
Ah!
kill this plant?
let's go.
Let's go.
Um, I think he just sprints at it wildly, just like pointing his sword at it. Kind of goes all the way through, luckily.
You do
Closes
see
it
like
shut.
the acid like spray out of it, but it doesn't seem to be like directed
Fuck.
purposely getting on you. But as it's hitting the ground, you do see like the vegetation of the ground start to kind of burn from it. But the plant, as you kill it and you pierce through the kind of like outer kind of shell of this plant, it does die and then slam back to the ground, and it opens up, and you see the inside of it with its red kind of looking insides. And the flower that you saw, the white kind of flower, is at the end of its tongue that sits there. Is still there and kind of lays down, and the plant kind of lays still, completely opened up. Both sides of the flaps that closed down onto you on either end, and the vines kind of laid out, only having 3 of them, and the other one's kind of cut in a distance next to Scourge and Sani. But that'll be the end of initiative. If you guys would like to do anything quickly after that, or anything during
Whew.
that, just let me know.
I got it, guys. Don't worry. Hold on.
Sonny's gonna absolutely try to, collect some of the acid before it disappears.
Okay.
Well, I told you we were going to find a cool flower, so here you go.
Elafir is truly Gilderoy Lockhart coded.
Woo!
Yes.
Oh, I mean, this is amazing.
All right.
I can't believe a decoy plant with these capabilities. Oh, Elafir, you're just the best. She's
I
gonna
knew it
give
was
you a
there.
hug, even though you're covered in
Aw.
acid, and just start collecting it off your clothes.
Feel free.
Yeah,
Some of my clothes are slightly dissolved, but
how would you like to collect it? Would you like to just kind of scoop it off with something into like a container that you
Yeah, she
have?
doesn't really have anything to collect it right now, so I guess she's just gonna empty her water skin and
water
start
skin.
putting it in there.
Okay.
Whew.
Yeah, it
Did it
definitely
have
sits
stuff
in there.
inside? Sorry, go on.
Uh, yeah, the plant itself, if you'd like to dig through its insides, you can go ahead and roll investigation.
Yes, I do want to do that.
But you do have, so go ahead and name it dormant mimi MIMI hyphen Venus acid. And hopefully you don't forget that it's in your water skin, because that would be an interesting drink.
Any stuff with a
Dormant
9.
mini
Scourge.
Venus.
Yeah, it's very. But,
Gotcha.
Come help me look inside the plant.
so you do find bones. You find a lot of bones. Looks like it can't digest them that well. You find bones of a lot of different creatures. Most of them don't look humanoid. They look like either like animals that have walked this path before and gotten eaten by this thing. But even with a 9, you do find like it looks like a necklace, like almost like a locket, but a very circle kind of looking locket. It looks brass. It looks like it has like a small, like a very small kind of button or clasp on the top of it that you can press down, but it's kind of laying in
I
there and it
pressed
has
it.
like a brass chain. You press it, it opens up, and on the inside, which is it looks like a small kind of gem, but it looks like the acid couldn't burn this brass down. And on the inside of this little clasp, it's like a small, it looks like an emerald gem.
Great. Gems. Well, I like gems.
Based on like
Put it in my pocket.
based on my parents' profession, would I know that since it was in acid and it didn't melt that it's probably magical.
Can
You
I
would.
sense it?
And also Odette, yes, Odette would also sense magic, but it's very, very light. Like a very, very it almost looks like magic was applied to a gem, but it's very mundane magic. Um, and it seems to be only on the gem itself. It just looks like the acid couldn't burn through brass. It couldn't burn that metal, but the gem itself is just magical, very faint. And let me get you the school of magic it is.
Elephant would also cut out the flower, the bait flower, and then put it in his book
Okay.
that he has.
As you're
Doesn't really
as you're
care what it
cutting it,
does.
the petals itself, as you feel them, are very fleshy,
Ew.
and it doesn't really feel like a plant at all. It's very fleshy, and yeah, the black spots on it seem to have that same texture. The whole kind of plant just feels very fleshy and squishy as you touch it.
The meat plant.
Scourge. I dare you to eat a little bit. Just a little bit.
Let's not.
Just eat a
Yeah,
smidge.
right.
I'm whispering a scourge.
I'm gonna walk over and try and get a look at the stone.
You gonna eat
Yeah.
some?
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of
Yes.
All right,
Nibble.
roll a d20 for me.
hungry. Oh, eating.
Didn't smell very nice, but I reckon it tastes good.
4.
Oh
Maybe
dear.
not.
4. Okay, you take 2 acid damage, and it tastes horrible.
What's it like?
It almost numbs your mouth.
Really good.
Good?
Mm-hmm.
What? Elephant read some.
All right, go ahead and roll a d20 for me. It's funny because I wrote this note in my
Okay,
DM
perfect.
handbook thing.
It's on the
Poor
same theme.
consumption.
The second
Okay.
that one. Perfect.
You take 7 acid damage, and you immediately throw it up.
I love when the dice tell a story.
Oh,
Ew, 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 ew.
it's a little too
I hope-
spicy for me.
I hope we all
Okay.
learned something about trusting Elifir. And then
Maybe
it's
the
gonna walk
second
back to
bite's
the
better.
cart.
Elephant eats a little bit more.
Oh my gosh.
Second time's the charm.
Amazing.
There it is.
The magic you get from the gem is evocation magic.
Please don't.
God.
Yeah. Can I see the gem, please?
Hmm?
It's got magic on it. I would like to see the gem.
What gem?
I can sense there's magic that you have.
No, I don't know what it's on about.
Hmm.
Where?
What?
Where is it? I don't sense any.
Do you typically sense magic?
All of the time.
I'm just gonna look at. I want to. Wait, Nim, are you all the way back there?
Yeah, Nim has walked away from the fools.
I'm just gonna put my hands
The
up
little
and be
silly
like,
duck.
alrighty then. Well, we've done that. Should we check on the card? I'm gonna check on the card.
What does the gem do? Wait, come back.
You want me to come
Elephant
back?
sprints after it. Come back.
Wait, where
I'll go
you
and check
going?
on the card.
Odette, did you find any interesting plants?
I did. I found a very wonderful plant that I learned about in my studies. The scented restorus. But we can't take it with us, unfortunately, and you couldn't be able to put it in your book. But you can sketch it if you'd like.
Have a look at the emerald.
Alright.
I don't remember.
Sonny's extremely trusting. She's just gonna take Odette's word for that. But if Odette shows her where the plants are, she's just gonna sketch both the mini Venus and the Restorus one in her book.
Okay, I'll hold my hand out for the emerald and just kind of wait for Elafir to put it in my hand.
He'll keep it in his hand, but just show it to you.
No, and then I'll just walk and show
Jesus.
Sonny the flowers.
But I want it back.
Okay. I'm gonna
Alright,
snatch it up
then.
and examine it while I'm taking Sonny to look at the plants.
All right.
It's just
How would you like
Sonny,
to
it doesn't taste good, by the way.
examine this gem? What would you like to do?
I'm going to just kind of like, I know it does evocation. Can I try and like meditate on it and see if I can attune to it?
Sure.
Otherwise, just taking a look at it, getting a little,
Yeah,
getting
it
the
does have a
You
faint
feelers
don't
glow
out
even
to
have
there.
it.
identify. You
Nope, I
don't
don't.
even identify it.
I
It
lied.
does have a faint glow, but
Good
after a
job.
while, and Connie's kind of uh, sketching the plants, and the eventually the kobold does fix the wheel. This whole time we hid inside the cart, but came back out to fix the wheel after you guys have been fighting this plant. Wheel does get fixed. You do tune to it. The tune to it, you would know that it gives you the light cantrip as long as you're attuned to it. And you would know that within this gem you can encode a message, but it can only be played once. So it's a
Okay.
written message when you use it. But once you use it, it will play that written message again, and that message would be kind of like deleted or removed, and then you can then say a different message that will encode into words.
Okay. So, evocation.
Is there a message already in it?
Yeah, can we see if there's a message already in it?
Where do you use it?
Help! I'm stuck in some sort of Venus.
Oh, you said it can only be used once, though, right?
The message can only be read once. Once it's read and it's used, then it'll go away, and then you have to either replace it with a new message or just leave it blank. So like the message can only be read once. It can't be replayed over and over.
Yeah, I'll read the message.
Okay. So you activate the gem. You get a glow. So you get a glow of, let me see what I wrote. You get a glow of, so it's basically the light cantrip. So you get a glow of a 20-foot radius and dim light for additional 20 feet. So technically 40 feet. It's bright green from this emerald. And as it glows, this message kind of slowly starts writing itself in front of you, like in front of your face, eye level to read, in this like almost like green neon looking kind of text writing in front of you, just floating up. And it reads, let's see here. It reads, "Let this gem light your way and have safe travels. And then please return home." And the message ends.
Okay. Oh. Well, someone died.
And as you say that, your words form and then get sucked into the gem.
I'm gonna go back and plop the gem into Elifir's hand and be like, "There you go. It can cast the light cantrip, and you have to attune to it. But once it's activated, you can input a message in it, and the message can be heard once, and then a new message is taken."
Night.
It had a message
I
in it,
do?
and somebody apparently died. So,
Oh,
And now it has a new message in it.
and now there's a new one. Sorry, just saw it.
lovely.
All
All
right.
right, well. How's the wheel doing?
All fixed up. Should be good. Did y'all want to turn around, or I guess keep going? We are in the middle of it, but
Let's keep going.
Hopefully. It's
all
only a
right.
little plant.
Does
All right,
anybody
so
need
climbing up the cart.
some health really quick? Because you can eat those pedals. Not the meat ones.
I'll just chill for a little bit on the cart, and I should be all right in about an hour or so.
Okay, so short rest on the cart?
One could describe it as such, yes.
A rest of a short variety on the cart.
The rest of a shortish duration.
Am I able to use Arcane Recovery at least?
Yeah.
I will use.
get
Oh,
that.
perfect! I'm at full HP
Ooh.
again.
You short rested like a champ.
Yay.
You rested so short and so efficiently. You just feel great.
You're so good. Every time I get loot, makes me feel good again. It also attuned to the gem of light, I guess.
Right. When you guys are climbing back on the cart, you guys start to press forward. The bumpiness is still annoying for about another good half an hour of travel, but it starts to kind of lessen up. Trees get the more kind of space in between each one. You're still traveling through. Every so often, Odette, you still see those plants, and everyone else is kind of looking out. You see these white plants still sticking out. But now you're unsure if they're either one that will kill you or one that will restore you from this distance. You just see them kind of just sprouting out every so often. And you actually catch a kind of like a creature that kind of walks up to one of them and kind of takes the petal off and is chewing on it as it runs back into the forest every so often. But as you guys are traveling through, uh, the sun is starting to set just a little bit. You guys are starting to see it through the trees. We'll take our 15-minute break now.
Ooh.
It's
And
good.
no, you guys are not level. I felt it coming.
Hmm.
I sold it.
I was
They are
actually
now
saving it for
level
the end of the
20.
session.
Okay.
It only took one mini Venus.
Perfect.
Level 3. Level 3.
We're grinding in the forest.
We're
I
XP
want my
grinding.
dark vision.
Yeah.
back up. All right. So after your guys' encounter with the mimicry plant, some of you met it more personally than others from the inside, and you guys are back on the path. The sun is starting to set. The kobold kind of driver starts to seems a little bit still unfamiliar with the area, but starts to kind of see that the horses are, or the horse is kind of struggling a little bit to keep up. So he starts to kind of try and find an area to rest or camp for the night.
Yeah. I'll start looking for
Uh,
a place to camp.
yeah, so whoever's helping with that, go ahead and roll survival, or they can give him advantage.
Somebody want to give me advantage?
Yeah.
I will help.
Oh,
Cool.
Scourge will help.
21.
It's okay. Group effort. All right, but with 21, you definitely find a spot void of all type of white pale flowers. Similar looking meadow kind of area. The kind of moon is up in the air, and since you guys have been traveling for a little bit and skipping those other few days, the sky is now back to very clear. You can see the stars again. The shattered sky has passed, and you see the very bright moon in the distance, starting to kind of rise up as you guys are starting to bed down, put your camping supplies out. It's a nice open area, flat enough for you guys to lay things out, uh, and start to lay the tents out. I'm not gonna say the phrase I just thought of, and
Say it.
Say it.
you guys start pitching tents,
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
and then the kobold kind of brings the cart around and puts in a spot where it, with the 21 survival, find a good enough spot where it's not on this path, this quote unquote not main path, and here in this spot you do hear a lot more just sounds of the forest, especially at night. It seems like it becomes more alive at night. You hear like crickets and all the other insects flying around, and other than that, it is very, very quiet, other than like the kind of creaks of like
Um,
different insects and all that.
with that 21 survival, can I also go around the perimeter of the camp and just like set up little set up little noise traps? So like twigs that would snap if somebody stepped on them that they probably wouldn't see in the dark, just to help some of my new colleagues that I don't have that much faith in perhaps hear people better.
Yeah, you definitely can. With the 21, yeah, you can definitely set up things that'll make a lot of noise or like lay out dried uh, floor and things that people would step on.
Awesome.
But as you guys are bedding down, please let me know if you guys would like to do anything before all of you sleep, and if not, who's going to be taking first watch, second watch, and third watch. And you guys can always double up or all sleep and take no watches.
No.
Ugh,
0 sleep.
who wants to take a watch with me? I shouldn't do it alone because I'm so squishy.
I will.
Okay.
Jeez, honey.
Would
I'll
you
take
like to
second
do?
watch.
Okay.
I'll take last watch. I would take watch with you, Odette, but I trust you, so I don't need to double up with you.
Thank you.
That means you trust me as well.
Uh,
No, I just don't
I'll-
want to be up with you.
Oh, God. A knife to my heart, that.
Okay.
Wow. Just because I feel like Elafir probably needs help, I'll stay with him.
Smart. Somebody needs to watch it.
Aren't there are 4 watches, though, aren't there, right?
No, 3, I
We
think,
can do
right?
3.
Yeah,
Should be
3.
4. Oh, okay. 3 then.
3 is pretty
He's
standard.
like,
Just
I want to be
nobody
alone.
I thought
nobody
4.
asks about the math. Just don't ask about the
Oh.
math.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
2 and then a little bit, and then 2 and a little bit.
It's
and then
D&D
2,
math.
A little bit.
Oh, if you say so.
Yeah, just so you guys
Also,
know.
leave me alone. Come on.
Nah.
My lonely watch.
But, Right, so you guys start bedding down. The force still is making a ton of noise, and even every so often you do hear like a loud snapping noise in a distance. And now you're familiar with what that is. But definitely not close enough for it to cause too much of a disturbance. But the kobold sleeps at the kind of wheel of the cart as usual, kind of just brings up a small old blanket that he has next to the cart, kind of sits and watches the cart, and unties the horses, but kind of puts them up next to a tree, kind of sleeping as well.
I mean,
But for
he
the
fixed the cart. He's earned our respect. Do you think we should allow him to be near us?
I thought he was there of his own choice.
Mm, it- he kind of has a tendency to get yelled at every time he comes close to us. I'm just throwing it out there.
Who yells
What's
at
his
him?
name again?
You do.
I have never
Don't
raised
yell
my
at him,
voice.
but just tell him he's annoying.
So,
You know, some people don't like that.
why?
Wait, does he have a name?
I don't know.
Why should my opinion of him bother him?
Maybe he likes you. I don't know.
There's no logic in your statement.
He may be in love with you.
Right. Maybe.
Odette, please
kobold?
don't join the sillies.
Like a love at first sight sort of thing.
I'm going to bed.
Oh.
Right, witchy night.
Alright,
All right, Sonny, you and I.
Alright.
go ahead and roll perception. Both of
Oh.
you can roll at once or one with advantage.
Perception.
I am supposedly good at perception.
Okay, I should have given you advantage.
Hey,
Yay!
no need.
As long as it isn't looking for plants or anything to do with plants, my stats are okay.
Alright. Yeah, looking around, it is still oddly quiet, besides like every now and then you hear the big snapping noise, but very far away. Seems like you guys picked a very good spot. Um, the moon now in the sky creates like a very eerie looking forest that kind of shines moonlight in between patches of trees. With a 24, you actually do spot like a creature. It looks humanoid. Just by looking at its kind of how many limbs it has and how it's standing. But it definitely kind of looks more like some sort of primate or kind of animal than a person. But you do see it kind of in the tree, and you've spotted them every so often, but haven't got a good look at one until now. Kind of hanging down from a tree, one hand on the branch, the other hand hanging just down on its side, looking towards your guys' camp. Its eyes reflect off the moonlight a lot, and it kind of stares at you and kind of just locks vision for a while. You do see with a 24 its figure kind of backlit from the moon. It does have a tail that curls up into a swirl at the end of it,
Aw.
and it has two big ears that are wide out and then flop down to the sides.
So primate, not feathered.
Yeah, definitely looks like
Just
a
double
primate. It
checking.
doesn't have any feathers. Yeah.
I'm the monkey.
You pointed out to me, so I.
Monkey.
Yeah. She'll point it out to Odette.
Hmm. Interesting. Should we? I fear we should keep a close eye on them, just in case. Have you seen something like that before, Sonny?
I don't think I've seen anything like that before. I wonder if I should talk to it.
Mm. How close is it?
It's about from the base of the tree to you is just about 15 feet, but then it's another 15 feet up the tree. The tree's fairly tall.
Okay. I suppose you could just be like, hey, you're not planning on attacking us, right? Right. That shouldn't be harmful.
All right. Well, it seems like you and Nim have some pretty good judgment on these things, so I'll go ahead and do that.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna say hi and it's gonna be like, time to die!
Sonny's gonna attempt to say hi to the primate creature.
Okay. Go ahead and roll animal handling, and explain how you would like to say hi to it.
How
Alright.
big is it? Is it like a person? Like size of a humanoid?
It's about size of like a halfling or like a gnome, so it's like a definitely, but it looks like its back is curled. So if it stands completely up, it might be close to like 4.5 feet. It is kind of curled up and
Okay.
smaller
They're
frame.
Ewoks.
They have a long
If it,
tail,
if it doesn't break out into the Jungle Book, I'm going to be disappointed.
yeah.
Oh my
But
gosh.
Sonny's just gonna grab like a handful of rations. She's just gonna try to approach it slowly, staying low to the ground. If she'll attempt eye contact, and if that seems to scare it, looking down, showing that showing that she's acknowledging it and is not trying to be an active threat. And, pausing every time she gets a little bit closer with
I'm
the
gonna
food.
lean back, take a sip of my wine, and watch.
You do, as you put the hand out, and as you even like acknowledge and approach it, it does like scurry back behind the tree branch. Eventually, as your hand kind of stays out there, you see it kind of poke its head back out. And it slowly starts to scale down the tree. It walks on all fours until it gets up to a point close enough to where it starts walking on 2 feet with its hands holding themselves, like rubbing its hands together as it walks up. And it eventually steps into the moonlight to get a better look at it. Best way I can explain it is it does look like a chimpanzee, but it has the color scheme of a raccoon. So it's kind of like a
Oh.
lemur. But its ears are very long, like a bunny's ears, and then they fold down.
These things
So
are
it,
so fucking
Amazing.
cute.
Oh.
it
Right.
walks up, and its snout is completely black, and then it has gray fur all around it, except the chest of it has like a white fluff underneath it. It has like a
So
white
cute.
spot of fur on its stomach or like on its chest area. Then the rest of it's completely gray, and then its tail is gray with black stripes all the way across it that swirls up like a squirrel chipmunk
This is
tail.
so cute.
And as it does walk down and start to walk up to the food, it gets to about I'd say like 5 feet in between both of you, and then kind of lowers its head down, keeping eye contact to you, but kind of walking on all fours very slowly towards you.
Alright. Sonny will put some food down on the ground and then back away slowly.
Okay. As you back away, it kind of walks up slow, uh, picks up some of the food and looks at it and sniffs it, then looks up at you and then quickly just grabs all of the food, tucks it under one arm, and starts chewing on some of the rations, looking at you. Starts to kind of slowly like just backpedal while still looking at you. And as
I
it gets
just
this close in the moonlight, you do see on its left side, it seems like there's like scar tissue, like it had a wound there before, but it's not bleeding right now, or it doesn't look like it's hurt right now.
Oh.
if this thing has friends, it might bring them over. We'd have to
Your
kill
20,
them.
with your 24 perception, you do hear rustling to your right and to your left. You see another one kind of approach, smaller than the first one. And slowly looking up on the treetop, see about 2 to 3 more start poking their heads out from different trees, all with the same kind of pigmentation to the skin. And the one kind of backs up to the main road and puts like the rations of food down, and they all start kind of running down and picking up and eating it. And the one that you drop the food for starts to slowly approach again without anything in its hand towards the
Mm,
camp. So there's about, I'd say, 5 to 6 of them all in a circle eating near the main road of those rations that you laid out. But the original one that you gave the rations to is now approaching back, walking like on all fours towards the camp. Very slowly, though.
ah. All right, we're not giving them any more. Shoo, that's all. You got your rations.
Just stares at you, slowly backs away,
Yes, good. Enjoy
and
your food.
starts reaching for something on like the edge of like this like kind of shrubbery bush, and like rip something off of it. And it seems to be like a
Pulls
big
out a Glock.
yeah, pulls out a gun, starts shooting you. Pulls out like a very big, almost looks like a banana leaf, like a huge leaf, uh, like off of this plant. And it looks like this shrub that sits here looks different from the other shrubs around it. But if you pay close attention, you can see other shrubs that kind of look the same kind of coloration. And it stares at both of you and then darts back off into the forest.
Okay. Well, Sonny, no more giving things food. Good job on making it not kill us.
It was probably injured by the plant creature we killed.
Well, it seems fine now. Do you think the plant turned it into a monkey, or do you think that was just natural?
Sonny's eyes go wide.
Because if Elafir turns into one, I don't know. We'll have to chase him into the wild. I don't know if I want to travel with him being even more of an ape.
You seem like a very educated person. Odette, did you ever get like formal schooling or something?
Mm, yes, I was. Or is it not? Well, yes, I was educated.
Well, that's something fascinating. I've always been interested by those big schools like up in the city in Amberosa and other places like it.
Did you never attend schooling? Were you self-taught?
Well, I mean, we had classes and we had the Gator Guard, of course. Teaching us how to defend ourselves in the swamp, that sort of thing.
Tell me a little bit about your home,
Oh,
if you don't mind.
sure. I'm from the Anglade. Um, I'm actually Belloc. We're the Sunfishers. We live on the coast and we spend most of our time fishing. We're one of the 6 clans there. I don't know what to say about my life that's gonna be that interesting. I
What
grew up in the
nonsense.
swamp.
I find it very interesting.
I'm sure it'll be especially boring to someone who's living a life such as yours, Odette.
Well, learning about new people and places and things is part of what makes me, you know, it teaches us.
Oh, I agree completely. I love learning from folks. And in fact, as when the tour started up, as the inventors were coming through to look for the hole within the swamps. I love talking to them and meeting them, learning about them. That's actually how I met Scourge.
Did you? Are you and Scourge a thing?
Mm, a thing. Well, what do you mean by that?
Are you a couple?
Oh no, we're just friends.
Hmm. Do you have people at home, family, partner, children? I don't know how old you are.
I I mean, I've got my mom, and she and my dad raised me, and my two cousins. They're just little things right now. Uh,
Are you the only half orc?
oh well,
Part?
my mom's half orcs. So are all my siblings. In fact, most everybody in swamp is half orc, but I'm a little unusual in my other half. My dad came to live there when he was quite young and met my mom, and you know how it all goes.
Yes, indeed.
What about you? You got any family?
I, but I'm currently trying to make a name for myself. It's tough, I come from a wealthy family, and sometimes I feel I can't define myself. Plus, I have a younger, stupid baby brother who's taken all the inheritance.
Well, I think you've got plenty of a personality on your own. I,
Thank you.
and I would know a thing or two about annoying little brothers.
There's something else. I mean, he's just a baby, but how things work where I'm from, male heirs are more important.
Well, that's just hogwash.
I agree.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's not, not your fault. It's just I have to prove myself and then go back and I'll, make a name for myself. I'll show everyone that women can do it better than men. Better than anyone.
Well, I don't know your brother, but I don't think that he's ever saved a sea elf from a mini Venus before.
And he has not. I don't even think he has magic. Not that people without magic are, are, not everybody has magic, but I doubt he'll take the time to study and, it's a lot of effort.
Sure, sure. I mean, I'm glad that we met you. It's it's nice to meet someone who is so confident in talking to folks and asking questions. A lot of folks that I know are a little skitterish around strangers. Back in the swamp, they don't really like talking about new things and that sort.
You flatter me. Well, I always say, I am not like other wizards.
Oh my god.
Great catchphrase.
Wow. All right, and Odette died
That's gonna
right
be
there.
cool.
That was weird.
One of those.
But if I'm being honest, it's been nice traveling with you all. I would not be opposed to a further trip. A lot of the groups I've traveled with in the past have been a bit more. Mm, you're more positive than almost anyone I've ever traveled with.
Oh, well, you're just making me blush. I just like to see, oh, the beauty in the world and all that, but I don't know if I'm anything special.
I'll say, since you've been so kind to me, why don't I help you make notes about that one flower you saw?
Oh, well, I would appreciate your help. Thank you much.
I'll take one more glance around, see if I see anything threatening, and then I will sit and tell you everything I know about the flower, about the scented restores.
Awesome. Sonny will write that all down as Odette's talking.
I am still drinking though.
Of course.
Right. So you guys talk about the plant and make sure you guys don't die. No more bolts fly your way. The rest of the night goes by with the eye still watching you, kind of expecting more food every now and then, but they eventually kind of start to disperse and walk away. But the night goes by quieter than
Oh wait,
usual, unless you
should
guys have
we
something.
wake up the boys? The boy and the girl, the woman and the man. I'm losing my mind over here.
So you guys can wake up
Wow.
the next watch if you'd like.
I was like, who are they? Who are we waking up?
Are you
The
going
people?
method on the wine mom thing, or?
Yeah. She's getting a little tipsy. She's gonna.
Elafir and Scourge are the next watcher. Yeah, because Nim's last.
Yeah, I was like, somebody is there. Are we leaving Elafir on his own? No.
No.
Why don't you wake up Scourge? I'll wake up Elafir.
All right.
I'm gonna take a branch and poke Elafir with it. Wake up!
Poor Elafir.
Wake up! It's your watch. Is he getting up? Is he dead? Is he a monkey raccoon?
I muted my microphone. Oh, I'm up.
Well, there he
Oh,
is.
Oh,
oh, I'm up. Stop poking me with a stick's what I said.
Oh, well, there's monkey raccoon things that want food. Do not feed them.
Monkey raccoons.
Yes.
All right then.
Good boy.
What?
I'm gonna start braiding my hair and getting all ready for my beauty rest.
Beauty sleep. Come on, Scourge. Time for us to keep watch.
Good night, Sonny.
good night. Watch out for the raccoon monkeys.
Okay.
Alright. Go ahead and roll a perception
Boys.
check one at a time or with someone with advantage. Up to you guys.
Let's fail together.
Okay.
No.
7.
14.
Hey, nice.
Hey.
Getting
You
there.
don't really hear any carts going by. You don't hear any kind of human or kind of non-animal interactions happening through this forest. No people kind of walking through, no carts kind of passing through. Eventually, probably about like an hour into the watch, an hour and a half, you do start to hear like a slight clicking noise. Animalistic though, not kind of mechanical. And Scourge, turn to your left, and you see same thing that Sani kind of saw, this kind of raccoon-looking primate animal, but it seems to be holding something within its hand. And with a 14, you see it is like a leaf-covered object, so you can't really see what it is, but it looks like kind of like a leaf ball from your point of view. And it kind of
Grenade.
steps far, yeah, it throws it and it blows up. But it steps far enough into the moonlight into your camp, sets it down, and steps 2 feet back, looks at Scourge and Elafir, and kind of gives like a confused look. Kind of looks left and right, and then kind of just darts back into the forest quickly.
Well, we gotta know what it dropped.
A bump.
Do you see it? Do you see a monkey? What'd you see, Scourge?
Where a monkey dropped a ball. I don't know what happened.
A monkey? All right then, let's go explore.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta find out what the monkey was.
let's
Yeah.
just look at the ball at the camp.
How far away is the boat?
I'd say it's about 10 feet from both of you.
Right, you go get the ball. I'll keep doing what I was
Okay.
doing.
Great stuff.
Elvis just swinging his sword around, practicing stabbing things.
I'll do my
What is
due
it?
diligence and make sure that it's not going to explode if I touch it.
Okay, yeah, walking up to it
Is
is
it a
small.
grenade?
It's it is small, but it's not ticking or anything like that. But it is looks like it would fit in your hand, or I should say in an average person's hand. So like Odette's hand, it would fit in her hand. So it might be a little bit small, but the leaf cover. What did this music is auto play to? We're in a tavern apparently. You're in a tavern. Let me just move it back. Okay. but, but no, it did not transfer you into a tavern. Would you like to pick it up? It still is covered in leaves, but it looks like it's not like crushed up as a big ball. It's kind of like it's the leaf covering. It looks like it's wrapped something within it.
Oh my god, did they bring us a present?
I'll pick it up and unwrap it while I walk back to Elifir.
Right, you pick it up. It's heavier than it looks, and as you
It's
unwrap
a
it,
pile of
it
shit.
looks like yeah, it's a bomb. But it looks like
Damn it.
as you unwrap it, it almost looks like a mask that a small person would be able to wear, but like an extremely small person, because it's a face of one of those creatures that you just saw, but it looks like it's carved out of stone, and where the eyes of the
Ooh.
creature would go are two blue-looking gems,
Ooh.
That's
and
cool.
you unwrap it, and as it kind of hits that moonlight, the gems glow for a slight second, and then fade back down. And they glow for like a second, it's like almost like a heartbeat, or like it warms all the way up and then fades back out over and over, just in that loop.
Got any idea what it
little-
is?
No, it looks like a little mask.
Can I have a look?
Sure.
I'll put it on.
Right. Well, it looks like
Again,
Did anything?
again.
It's
The
The
happened to me
next
last
campaign, you're
campaign.
putting on a
Yes,
random mask again.
yes, I got cursed twice last campaign by
Oh
putting on
my
masks,
God.
but that's
gosh.
okay.
okay. Well, unfortunately, this mask looks like
Put it
if you
on.
put it on, it'd probably just cover like about your nose. So it is
I'll put it
that
on my
small.
nose.
All right.
Oh, okay. Got on my nose.
Yeah, covering your nose.
Do you think it looks good?
Really good. Really good
You think
stuff.
so? Well, I'm not entirely sure what this is, but I do like it.
Uh,
Put it on your nose, I suppose.
This is a long shot, but I'm proficient in mason's tools. Uh,
Oh,
would that give
Ooh.
me any insight as to like how this was made? I don't know when it was made. I don't know. Big
Um.
stretch.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll with your Mason's tool proficiency, and I'll say wisdom. Yeah,
All
let's
would
see.
right.
Smith tools help? I don't think so.
Yes, tools would not.
Mason's tools go.
Bugger.
Right. Um. Yeah. It's not the best work. It's not symmetrical either, so looks like
Are you
someone
proficient in Mason's tools?
definitely didn't make them
I am.
that well.
You didn't add your proficiency.
That is just my proficiency.
Oh. Okay, your wisdom 0 then, sorry.
Yeah.
But it really doesn't look
Okay.
like it was made in any like professional way or any like career way. It looks like someone made it either quickly or they're not very uh practiced in making anything that looks like this. But looking at the gems, it does look like the gems on this itself were actually placed very well. It almost looks like the gems were put there before, then the mask was shaped around these gems to kind of just give them a better spot, because the gems look like they're part of this stone, if that makes sense. So
Gotcha.
that definitely doesn't look like someone made it with a lot of care, but definitely made it inspired by these primates like that.
Yeah, this is definitely baby's first tiny stone mask, but the
So,
gems.
so a bit, so a baby monkey gave
Babies.
you the mask.
I've met a baby
Yeah.
before.
My first masonry work. So some monkey just gave it to you?
I guess so. I guess the gems are nice, and I like
That's
rocks,
bizarre.
so this is a fine gift.
From a monkey.
Thank you,
Just a
monkey.
random monkey out there.
Thank you, monkey. A tiny mask given by a monkey.
Great. Maybe you can wear it as like a necklace or something. Maybe like wards off spirits, that sort of thing.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like sort of voodoo mask.
Mhm.
Can I roll a religion check? Is there a religion about tiny masonry monkey masks?
Sure, roll religion.
We're getting to the bottom of this tonight.
Shit. Help me.
No,
It's
no
too late now,
religion.
but-
Don't do
No,
it.
no religion
No.
of the tiny primate monkey mask that you know
I've
of.
never heard of a primate monkey man mask baby religion masonry work thing. Well, it's cool either way, I suppose. You got a cool little
We'll
mask from
show
it.
it. Yeah, I don't think it's an emergency, but we'll show everybody else in the morning.
All right, that sounds pretty cool, I guess.
I did want to ask you though, tiny baby
Yes.
masks aside,
All right. It's gonna
where
be
did you
hard to
learn to
put that
fight?
away. It's a pretty weird thing. Continue.
Where
Sorry.
did you learn to fight?
What'd you say? Sorry.
Where did you learn to fight?
Oh well, I've been all over. Sort of fought many different creatures all over the world. I've noticed though that when I sort of fight, right, there's every now and then there's like a little shimmer to it, but it doesn't really happen when you fight. Why is that?
Hi.
I'm so sorry, I just disconnected so bad. I didn't catch
Oh,
any of it.
did you hear anything I just said?
I heard you say all around the world.
I've been all over, fought lots of different shit in my time. But I noticed that when I fight, right, there's a sort of little shimmer to it. There's like a little blue, little, you know what I mean? That sort of thing, shimmer to it. But when you fight, that doesn't happen.
When you fight, it's boring.
Yeah,
Why
no,
is that?
There's no
it's
glitter.
not really fun.
Why are
It's
you
not really,
so boring?
it's not really pretty or fun when I fight.
Doesn't, yeah, why is
So,
there no shimmer?
so has there always been a little shimmer when you fight?
Occasionally. It sort of just happens every now and then. Of course I know why, but I was just wondering why it doesn't for you.
Is
It's
it magic?
Hmm? Oh, yes.
Is definitely magic.
Oh, yeah.
So you're magical.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yep, it's magic. Yeah,
Why has everybody got magic? Usually, most people I
that's
meet
not.
don't have magic.
Oh, right. Oh, me too. Yes. I haven't met too many magical people either. I just thought it always happened for me. But you got some sort of got a bit of candor, a bit of skill with you when you fight. What did you learn?
I
You got like a my name Scourge. It's like, oh, war. You know what I mean? No,
that's old. Um, I I oh sorry, I'm disconnecting. Um,
stop it. Where did you learn to fight?
um, I mostly also learned Agod. Uh, the closest I've had to a teacher would be a giant that took me
A what? A
in.
giant.
Right, that usually happens, right? Most
Oh,
orphans
of
are
course.
adopted.
I've met many people that have been taken in by giants. It's pretty common as I've traveled about. Just happens all the time.
Yeah,
Green giants and blue ones and all sorts of
I don't
colors.
think
And
are green giants. I don't know.
yeah,
I
oh
was with
yes.
stone giants. in
So
some mountains. Yep,
grey,
I spent. Yep.
grey giants.
Wow, you are well traveled.
Oh yeah, so I've been all over, as I said. Seen all sorts of people and things. Giant sea monsters that'll eat your heart. Dangerous creatures out there. But giants, interesting. Is that why you're so big? You half giant. Oh wait, no, you're not. You're half orc. You said you do actually.
Yeah, no, I think that's unrelated.
You just happen to meet some giants. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I gotta say. I do like
Well,
that.
I just wanted to say I don't usually get to fight side by side with people, and you've been entertaining.
Well, I killed a giant chicken. I left on it like it. That was not tactical. That it's not wild drunk panic or anything like that. It's all tactical. Same with the joint plant. Killed that too. It's all part of the process. I'm sure I could teach you a
Y-
few moves.
Your unique style of fighting is an inspiration.
You just got to leap on things. Really, is what I found. This
That's
sort of
your
just
biggest move,
works.
just kind of jumping on things.
Pretty much, yeah. It hasn't failed me yet. I'm
I'll
like 12
remember
for
that.
12 on killing creatures, so I've got a lot of things. Now, where do you think I cut
You're-
my eye? Gestures to his eye
What?
patch. Gestures to the eye patch.
I keep forgetting he wears an iPad.
He's got an eye patch. He has
Okay.
one eye.
Wait, so what happened to your eye? You jumped on a monster and it cut you?
When I was 12 years old, my father took me out. We went hunting for an owlbear.
What?
Fought it with bare hands, and it cut my eye out. But I killed it with my bare hands when I was 12.
To anyone else, this would be an insane and unbelievable story. But that is so much like what my childhood was. I believe you.
See? You wake up, you attack an owlbear, lose an eye. It's just how the world works, I suppose.
It really is.
Just one of those days. Every normal Tuesday. But
I think the rest of the night will just go by with just a ton of LFU stories.
tell you about
As
all of the shite I've killed throughout my time. One time, this ravenous squirrel came out of nowhere.
Took my other eye.
I thought I'd be blind. It went for the eye that was already taken out, so luckily I still kept one eye. And that's how the night will play on.
take your eye patch off.
No, you're not there. You're asleep.
Swirling her wine.
Oh, Dead talks in her sleep. Have you noticed that? Usually a lot of mumbling.
I wonder if
Also,
she's
she's a horrific snorer. Very loud.
No.
It's like sitting next to a giant lion or something.
She would kill you if you said that.
Well, you're asleep. I think Elephant would also try and do some, besides him telling stories, would also try and practice, like, that's it, like combat, I guess. He's got he takes out a little book that's got like sword forms in it with Scourge, and he'll pray as he always does every night. So he wants to learn about war picks. He's definitely seen them before.
Great.
Right, when you guys do that, the night or your guys' watch starts coming to an end, and whoever wants to wake up Nim.
Elephant will wake up Nim.
Okay.
Elephant is gonna put his face like an inch in front of Nim's,
No.
Brilliant.
and then and then just whisper, "Wake the fuck up."
Nim, completely still. Her eyes are just going to fly open, just all of a sudden.
Fuck me, that's giving me a heart attack.
Why
going
did I give
around
you a
with
heart
it?
attack?
Just fucking your eyes open, like a sort of ghost or something.
Eyes opening scare you? Have
Uh,
you always
w-
been the? Are you sure
when you
you're
don't
supposed to be out
move.
by yourself?
Oh yeah, I've just killed a giant plant and a giant chicken in your company. If that ain't proof enough, then I don't know what is.
Almost got eaten by the giant plant, and you tried to ride the giant chicken.
Well, I was luring the plant to a false sense of security. It worked. Anyway, it's your watch. I'm off to bed.
Good night.
By the way, there are monkeys about. Monkey raccoons. It gave Scourge a cool little masonry monkey mask baby thing. Very cool.
Are there monkeys in my neck of the woods then? Do I know what those are?
Monkey raccoon.
No,
Got to be
never heard of
specific.
them.
Oh, of course, monkey raccoons.
Yeah.
Very common.
And then Scourge, roll a d20 for me while you go back to sleep.
Oh no.
Oh, then I've ruined the end of our watch. Nice little watch. Have a dream.
Oh,
Okay, 7. Okay, you're good. Nim, go ahead and roll your perception check.
okay. 17.
I want you to roll on that one on one of these.
So,
It'll happen eventually.
I hate how Nim only rolls well, and it's really annoying.
as
It
you're keeping
works for the
watch,
story, but
I love how you only roll shit and it works for the
Yeah,
story.
here I
It's just perfect.
The mighty will fall eventually.
It'll happen.
as you're keeping watch with the 17, and during your watch as the sun slowly starts to come up and the forest starts to get kind of not so dark and dreary and somewhat scary to some people, you do notice that the kind of path that you guys were taking, kind of leading back out, seems a lot kind of farther than you think you traveled. So you think that this path, you guys have made a lot of distance to this forest, even with the broken wheel kind of happening, and kind of looking down that same path where you are supposed to be traveling. With the 17, you actually see past most of the trees. The trees get less and less and less, so at least you know that this was in fact more of a shortcut than you would imagine, and Cobalt didn't just lead you down this random forest path not in the right direction. But while you're kind of looking down that path through the sparse trees, you do see kind of movement very far off in the distance, and with your kind of just natural intelligence would know that that's probably where the main road is lying ahead, the one that you guys kind of turned off of and kind of took this other shortcut. But you do see kind of like carts
Okay.
traveling down the main road. And
Okay, so you're saying that it looks like 5 days in, we're already like almost to Crossroads?
it does seem like this shortcut here, uh, it seems it seems like you've traveled a far amount of distance faster than expected.
Gotcha.
The
And the
forest
shortcut's
definitely
almost
looks small.
over, and we're almost
Yeah,
back to the. Okay, we're almost back to the main road. Gotcha. All right, neat.
and that distance you also see kind of like, uh, this is still very far away, but with the shattered sky gone and the kind of clearing that you're kind of seeing up ahead, you do see like smoke billowing up. Very great distance away, but it seems like there's just smoke kind of pluming up, and kind of like the hills of these plains is blocking where the smoke is originating from, but you do see it kind of blowing up into like the kind of sky that's being lit up.
Okay. Two things. Did you just say that the shattered sky ended?
Yeah, so like since you guys were traveling like 2 to 3 days first before you guys went into that shortcut path, the shadow sky would slowly and slowly start going away, but now marks like the very first day where you can look up and perfectly see the sky, and the shadow sky is completely diminished. Like there's not even a trace of it
Okay.
left.
Okay. And then the smoke, does it look like in its just like a normal amount, like it's probably somebody's cook fire or like chimney, or does it look like shit's going down?
It looks like a normal amount. Looks like someone's fire at a camp. Doesn't look
Okay.
like it's like kind of like a wildfire or anything bigger than
Gotcha.
that.
Gotcha. Okay, and that makes sense since we're on the main road. Okay.
Right. But the forest starts to kind of wake back up. See the kind of these weird primate monkey lemur things you've never seen before. Still keeping an eye on your guys' camp. Um,
Nim is gonna catch eyes with one, and then she's gonna have the most expression on her face that she's had this entire time, and nobody else is awake to see it. But it's just like one of those like eyebrows up and drawn, like, oh my God, this is the cutest thing I've ever seen. And she's gonna literally say to it, oh, you are so cute.
Oh.
The
Hmm.
primate actually looks towards you, and with its hand, because it does have like a thumb and normal kind of humanoid-looking hand, points
Oh, it's
towards
a
you.
tiny little hand.
It points towards you, still a great distance away, but points towards you, and then points towards like one of the tents that were set up. And while it's still hanging from this branch, kind of puts the hand that's still pointing over kind of its heart area and kind of closes its eyes as it then kind of just slowly descales the tree and kind of just goes the opposite direction. Can't see it.
Can I like make an insight check to see if I speak lemur monkey thing?
Sure. Roll either inside or animal handling.
Okay. Nope.
It's hard to tell. Not sure. It was just
What a
pointing at
beautiful
the tent,
creature.
but at least you know the tent it was pointing at is the one that Sani is currently asleep in.
Oh, okay, it pointed at Sonny and it put its hand over its heart.
Yeah, looks like it. It
That's
descaled the tree
adorable.
and then left.
Okay.
Aw.
All right, I'll just hang out
I
until
swear on my heart I will kill Sonny, is what he said.
Oh my gosh!
Whatever's dead to me, and then walk down.
and just like on the outskirts of the actually no, never mind. That's it. That's my watch.
Okay, right. You guys start waking up naturally again, but kind of in this lusher forest area. And as you guys wake up, you guys see the kind of the same thing that in this new light, the trees do get a little bit more spacious, and you guys can see where this like path then connects back to this main road, and the kind of shortcut area seems to have successfully shaved a lot of days off of your travel. You guys can't see the crossroads yet, but uh, when the kobold does wake up, he does also let you guys know that, in fact, this part of the main road that he's familiar with seems to just one day through the forest has cut the trip down to you guys should be in the crossroads in about next 2 to 3 days. So it did split this big forest kind of in half instead of the main road having to wrap all the way around it. You guys did get this shortcut through this shortcut successfully, so you guys will be at the crossroads within the next 2 to 3 days, including rest and all that. But he starts getting the cart ready, and unless anything you guys want to do right in the morning, you guys can do now. But he'll get the
Nope.
cart ready and start to get the horses back, attach to the cart, and start to travel through the rest of the forest. Um, as you guys are traveling through and the trees start to get less and less, you guys eventually do break out of that forest. Kind of looking back one last time at the kind of primate things that don't seem to remove themselves from that forest, like skirt of trees, but kind of just is very interested on this cart traveling through. And you can look at them, you see like almost like 10 to like 15 of them kind of just hanging from trees, watching as you guys kind of leave out of the area. And you guys are starting to travel back to the main road, eventually hitting it, traveling down the path, getting closer and closer to the smoke that Nim saw earlier. And you can even see like other pathways that kind of branch out to different areas. And you can see carts that are behind you or in front of you taking these other paths. You feel a little bit more comfortable depending on who you are back in quote unquote civilization, seeing other people who aren't raccoon primates or people getting eaten by plants. But as you guys are traveling up, you guys are kind of taking you can feel the going up a hill still on the main road, but there is an incline to this, and that's why you couldn't see where the smoke was originating from, is that just the land seems to be raising up here. And as you guys are traveling up, uh you guys can still travel. It's still about a day's worth of travel, just traveling up this incline, then camping again. But to just save on time, unless you guys have anything to do between this day of travel and the next, we can move on to the very next day of travel, making you guys about a day away from the crossroads, or about a day and a half. Round it up to 2 days. If anything has anything to do on those days
Do you
of
guys show
travel.
us the mask?
The tiny baby monkey mask.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh.
Have any of us
Look
ever
at
seen
that
anything like
mask.
this?
Do you know about any baby monkey mask religions?
No.
Yeah, none of you have seen anything like this before, but I think even without a roll, Odette would know that it is the gems in it are used a lot in different magical attunements. So
Ooh.
Odette would assume that it is magical within itself, just because the gems are placed within this and next to each other in a way where it makes this stone or little baby monkey mask magical.
Aw. I have a feeling that's. You said monkey? The monkey people brought it?
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling it's Visani.
Makes sense to me.
A monkey bought
The
Sonny
monkey
a
did point at her.
Yeah. They like Sunny. She said hello to them, and they responded well.
Well, that's
Sonny,
nice.
you can hold the mask.
It's magical too, but I don't really know how yet. I say you should meditate on it a bit.
It's not how magical things work. You sort of just meditate on it, and then it happens.
Yeah, it's a process called attunement.
Right. We call it something different where I'm from.
What do you call it?
We call it, just sort of the Bimino project. We call it a Bimino.
The Pimino Project?
Yeah, like when you want to tune to someone, you just do a quick Bimino project, and then it's sort of there.
Oh, hey. Well, that.
Yeah, Bimino. You should really know this if you're a wizard. You should really know this.
Never heard a wizard use that phrase, but you know, I'm sure there's wizards of all different sorts using all different phrases.
Yep, Bimino, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. So nice to be around civilization again.
It's all right.
Are all of you more woodsy than,
Yep.
do you
No.
prefer the forest?
Well, I have been in a lot of forests,
Never gets old.
but I do, but I prefer not to be in them. If I can avoid it, I can't even do this accent anymore.
Yeah, sorry, you said
Oceans.
you prefer not to be in them. You would avoid them. You're the one that wanted us to.
I just keep being in them a lot.
It's not a
I love the
choice.
sea. I love the sea, me.
I do like
You
the
What I
ocean.
love.
you
I
fought
prefer
to
to
go
be
in
there.
the forest, though.
He did.
Well, I just happen to find myself in them a lot.
Because
If
you
I had to
go
choose between
in
the
them.
sea and the forest, I'd choose the sea. But if it's the forest and someone else, I don't give a shit.
Well, then
You know what I
you
mean?
don't mind the forest.
I don't mind them, but I prefer
You
not to be
just
in them.
prefer the sea.
Yeah, I prefer the
What about
sea.
you, Nim?
Away from people is what I'm presuming.
Yes, what do you prefer,
Hmm?
Nim?
Oh,
To be alone.
anywhere is fine. I find I fit in very easily.
Really?
Hmm.
Right.
That sounded
I can
so
see that.
disingenuous. I prefer
Yes, that's
cities
true.
all
I
the
can
way.
see that.
Also, does Sunny
Too many
attune to the
people.
rock?
You're gonna tune to the baby
Yeah,
monkey
yeah.
mask.
Okay, I'll send you what it does.
I want that to be its official name.
Baby monkey mask.
Yeah, you can
Yes.
you can rename it. I'll give you what I wrote, but you can rename it.
What does
That's
it
so
give you?
cool.
What does it do?
Right, but anyway, as I'm sending this over, You guys are still traveling towards that kind of smoke cloud area. You
At the
guys go through
moment.
that extra day, and
No, it's not.
you guys still camp through the night. Nothing happens since you're kind of on the skirts of the main road. No crossbow bolts again. But as you guys type and say this at the same time, so I'm just going to finish this. As you guys get to the next area at the kind of peak of this kind of hill, it was not a mountain of any sort, but kind of looking down, you can see like this kind of grand valley of Koroks here, looking down and seeing where the main road leads. One of you guys can roll a perception check, or one with advantage, or two separate.
Sonny,
Ooh.
roll with advantage.
Yeah, go, Sonny, go.
I'm gonna perceive so many things.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Yay!
So perceptive.
Because you're not looking at plants.
Because I'm not looking at plants.
Okay, and head in sent you what it does in your folder. Let's see.
Not helpful for Sonny.
Seen the dog. I was wondering if it helps you seen the dog.
21. 21, you kind of look ahead and seeing down that path, you see no carts ahead of you, really, but you do see kind of someone who looks like they're traveling alone. It seems like on top of this hill, you're not sure actually how far ahead of you they are. They seem closer than they actually are. It's just at this vantage point, but they are quite a ways down this main road. And following the eye of the main road, it kind of takes left and right to not just kind of have it's like a straight drop down this kind of hill. You do see something coming up that looks like a small outpost. You see like wooden towers set up on both sides of the main road, and kind of like a palisade like gate that opens and closes. And from within that outpost, that's where you see that smoke kind of billowing out into the sky above it. That's what you see approaching it. It seems like you'll get there traveling the same pace as you guys were, probably in the next 2 hours or so.
Okay, well,
Yay.
it's on the way, I guess.
Keep traveling towards there, going down the path. The person on the traveling alone on the horse in front of you is probably about maybe like even like half an hour or a full hour away in length, but traveling down, you can keep an eye on this person just traveling on the horse. Doesn't have a cart, just kind of traveling alone.
Do they have
Eventually,
feathers?
hard to see from this distance, but extremely hard to see from this distance. Just a person on a horse, but if you'd like, you can roll to try to perceive to look at the person on the horse. Any of you or Sonny can roll again if you'd like.
Sonny, look at that person over there. Do they have feathers?
Sorry, what am I looking at for feathers?
That person on the horse over there, if they have feathers, they may have been the one that stalked us.
Alright. Rolling to perceive feathers.
Looking at them, and from this distance, they're humanoid. They're not a bird person. They are on top of a horse, but eventually, kind of at this time, they do get to that outpost area at the closed gate. You're still too far to kind of hear any conversation at all. They're still kind of a great distance away, but with no trees and all this coverage that you just see from this distance. You do eventually, because they're stopped, and you do kind of close the gap a little bit more. That the person has actually one feather in their hat, but that's the only feather that you see.
We gotta kill them!
They have like a feather that kind of leans across their hat in one way, and the
Well,
rest of
I
them are
don't think
completely
we
covered
should
up.
be making, you know, jumps to conclusions based on a single hat, but they do have a feather in it.
Can I look at their? How close are we right now?
They were stopped at the outpost for a little bit, so I would say you guys are approaching. But you guys are still like a good. Let me think of an estimate here. It'd probably still take a while to catch up to where they're at, but I'd say probably still 300, 400 feet away.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna keep an eye on them, and if and when we get close enough, I want to look at their feet. I want to look at their boots and see if it would look comparable to the tracks that I found.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are getting closer. Hard to tell from this distance, and then when you're about to get closer, the gate does open and the person does ride the horse in, and the gate does close again. But um, you guys are now approaching this palisade yourself, or like this outpost yourself, and the kobold kind of leans back his head into the cart and says, um, "This was not operational before." Um,
You didn't think
but
to mention that sooner.
Well, I mean, it's been here before, but the gate's usually just been open. I've never actually seen it been closed and working. I didn't actually expect for them to close it.
What do the guards look like? Have we seen their armor or uniforms before?
Roll a perception check. Looking at from this distance, it's not apparent that there's any guard sitting at the front. But with a 13, you do see one in the tower. No uniform. It looks like they're wearing like leathers and a scarf around the neck.
Kind of like
And
General Daddy's been.
um,
Oh no, General Daddy.
I was like, who? Yeah, they don't look
Oh
like
yeah, sorry.
any
I can't remember
general.
his actual name.
Yeah, the General
He's
Val's
General Daddy now.
guard. Yeah, they're definitely not wearing any sort of uniform because you see one in the tower that's wearing like a leather kind of just leather wear with a scarf over their neck and a crossbow in the hand, like a heavy crossbow. And then the other one across them almost is dressed completely different, just in other leathers, not matching any colors or
Right,
anything.
but that's kind of how
And
Val's men were too, right? Like just kind of a mismatch.
yeah,
Or am I
mismatch,
thinking
but
of some?
they're
Okay,
kind of wearing like heavy armor, and the
gotcha,
heavy
gotcha,
armor
gotcha,
kind of looked more together, but it looked like it was like
gotcha.
wear and tear, kind of. But
Are these
Mhm.
opportunists? Do
I
these
think
look
they're
like they could be
opportunists.
bandits?
they could, as with your 13 perception, as the cart is like slowing down in pace, you see the person who's at the thing start aiming the crossbow towards the cart, like just looking at it, kind of like as it's approaching, and kind of cocks the head to the right, kind of like aiming it closer. But the kobold is kind of still just creaking the cart forward. But you're the only one who sees this person kind of readying this heavy crossbow.
Does he look like he's just readying it, or does he look like he's like about to fucking fire?
Roll an insight check. Hard to tell. Hard to tell the difference right now.
13 again.
S- Still, he has it up ready to shoot it, but you're not sure if he's going to pull the trigger at this moment. But it is in a
Okay.
firing stance.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna get my longbow ready and I'm gonna point it out to everyone.
Should we
There's an
test
archer
it?
in the tower.
Okay, let me test this out. Can I use minor illusion to make like a hand, like a little like hand reach out and like wave at them from the car to see if they shoot at it? Like a little arm waving.
Sure.
All right, let's do that.
All
A
right.
very
So
haunted ghost star.
yeah, you
It
make a
looks
little
like a
arm
person
waving.
arm.
And the kobold is still creaking the cart forward unless you want to tell him to stop the cart. But you guys are about from the front of the gate right now. You guys are still about uh, like 200 feet out.
Well, there's no other way to go, is there?
Um, if you want to follow Rena, it doesn't look like it. There's not like any other path out unless you guys want to turn around. But
It doesn't look like they attacked the other guy. It just looks like possibly they shook him down or
Yeah, looks like
like
they
looked at
spoke to
papers
him
or
and
something.
then opened the gate.
Okay.
But yeah, as you guys
Oh.
approach, and you wave the hand, doesn't shoot at the hand. Nim, you do see the
Guards
person
then.
kind of like look back up towards the hand, and then kind of whistle something, like whistles with their fingers, and then kind of looks back at the cart, and then the palisade does begin to open, and you do see
Oh.
a figure kind of stepping out from the gate opening and approaching the cart. As he's stepping forward, the gate behind him begins to close again.
All right, somebody else talk to these people.
Should we stop the cart? I'm very good at talking to people.
Okay. Yes, Kobold. Wait for that man.
Right,
I
stops
can't
the
remember the
cart.
kobold's name.
Nobody knows. None of us know this Gold's name.
I have it written down somewhere, probably, maybe. Do I? I don't know.
I don't think
But-
Odette bothered to learn.
I
But
don't know if I
as
did
the
either.
cart stops, the man stops. Kind of, he's about like 10 feet in front of that gate that closed behind him now. And
What's he look
kind
like
of-
on the hotness scale?
let me
Roll for
it.
hotness.
Let's see, D10. 4.
Oh,
Ugh,
But
I feel like
6 and a 4.
y'all are gonna owe me for this one.
he does begin to like just stand in the area, and then you see him kind of put a hand up and kind of beckons the cart forward, like to approach more. And the kobold kind of turns around and says, "Did I keep going?
Probably what he says.
All right." Kind of preps the horse again, and the horse starts moving forward. You guys are kind of approaching now at 150 feet, 100 feet. Get to about 50 feet from the gate, and still approaching. Now at this length, you see another crossbow wielding kind of person in the second tower, kind of lean their head out. They seem to be like chewing on something, and they have like one foot propped up on something, kind of just looking over at the cart approaching.
Oh, they're
And seeing
definitely
this person
opportunists.
now,
Mm.
the guy starts walking towards the cart, puts a hand up to stop it. The kobold stops the cart. Now, looking at this person walk up, he's wearing kind of a hat that's tilted to one side more than the other. Walking up, he has a flintlock on a satchel, kind of onto his chest area. He has like a belt that has knives on each side, and like a half cape on the right shoulder.
Oh my gosh.
Full black hair as he's walking up. Still in leathers, and he has a
A
hand
solid
up.
4 cannot pull off this look.
Yeah.
He
This is
has a
4
hand
out
up
of
like
20 as well, isn't it?
No, it's a 4 out of 10, but still.
Oh, okay.
A half cape? Really? You're being pretentious.
and he's walking up with a
I
hand
like
kind
it.
of
I like
fully
this half
open,
cape.
not like in a fist or anything to make the scar, but he's open up like almost like in a surrendering fashion as he walks up. See like a small smirk on the face, and looking at this smirk, Nim, you're the first one to see it who saw that perception check going. On the left side of his face, it looks like there's a handprint that's permanently scarred on his face, but like scar tissue has permanently left it there, like a burn mark across his face that goes onto his lip, like where the pinky would go, and then all the way across his face, and like the middle finger going across his eye, which is pure white now, as he's walking up to the cart. And you first hear him say, as he walks up, "Oh, didn't expect anyone to be traveling down here this early." And he kind of looks at the kobold, because he doesn't see you guys in the cart just yet, or he hasn't been paying attention to the cart yet, but talking to the kobold. "So, you need your rite of passage then?" And the kobold kind of sitting there is now visibly shaking. Kind of,
I'm holding my hand up to be like, nobody say anything. Maybe the kobold can do something.
you hear the kobold say,
Just say, yeah, totally. Just looking for a way
Uh,
through.
"Yeah,
Ask
we're
what it
just,
is.
th- this place hasn't been occupied for a while. I'm just looking to go through." Guy sits there and says, "All right. Well, people are looking to go through. I'll be 15 gold. The King's
Mm-mm.
Guard toll. So,
The
might as well
King's
explain
Guard
it up
Crikey.
toll.
front.
Are they
Yeah,
can
Nim
I
is
roll an
standing up.
insight check or something?
Sure, roll insight.
I Nim already did. My insight's -1. I don't even know why I'm trying.
I'm just gonna stand up
Oh, I'm
and poke
proficient.
my head out. I'm gonna get out of the cart actually, and I'm gonna say, "Do you have ID?"
With a 13, this is not King's Guard.
Okay.
Wait.
Right, fuck off then. We're going
Wait.
through anyway.
Guys, I have disguise self. I have an idea.
Okay. Okay.
Elephant's
the
already
king.
out, but
I'm gonna
Yeah, I'm-
turn into the daddy general or whatever.
Do
his
it!
name
Oh my
is.
god, do it! Because I just came out and was like, "Under whose authority, bitch?"
I'm gonna step out behind you as daddy.
And that's a
I'm
good
gonna look.
quote.
I'm gonna notice you, and I'm gonna turn back with absolutely no reaction.
I'm
Alright,
just gonna
and
grab
as
it
he
with
asks
my
for
hands on my
authority-
hips.
When you ask for the authority, he says, "I didn't think I'd have to show any." And he kind of looks back towards like the two kind of archers in the back, and then kind of gives a head nod. And one of them, who was like prepped up on their foot, and it just steps back and then kind of leaves view, and it's like starts climbing down the tower. Or this is in a perspective where you can see it from the ground. So you step out as who exactly? Go ahead and
As
explain.
daddy.
General Daddy.
General
General
Daddy.
Wall.
Zed, it's daddy.
That's all I remember him as. Hold on.
Vol. It's General
Vol.
Vol.
General
General
Vol.
Wall. Okay.
Father.
As you step out, and as you see him he was like reaching for something on his right side, he looks back over and kind of gives a slight head nod, and
Oh my gosh, if he actually is part of this.
right. Do you say anything, or do you just walk out and approach him?
I walk out and I step forward and I just cross my arms and like stare at him with like a "we're not paying" type of look, very stern.
Right, as you walk out, he looks at you and then looks back at the archers up in the tower, stares back and says, it's an interesting carriage for you, Ball."
Do not be so familiar with the General. Do you know your place?
He reaches for his flintlock.
All right, I fucking
Don't you
whack
dare.
him. Oh, you say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Is
roll
yourself
insight.
I got
or
my
as
quarter
Vol?
staff.
As
Does it
Vol.
change? Does it change your voice? Disguise self?
What's that?
It
Oh.
does not. So I'm gonna be like, "Don't you dare! Sorry, I have a
Oh.
cold."
Right, go
There's
ahead
that
and
killer instinct.
roll deception.
Sorry.
Can she have advantage because I'm helping?
Yeah, and
I
advantage.
kind of want you to roll your own roll just to see what
Hey,
Nim's
I
deception's
helped
like.
though. I did help.
I know. I just want to see what Nim's deception's like.
Oh, me.
Yeah, I just want to see what deception's like. So
Oh no.
I will bring you guys to a map, just so you guys can see. Just to
So we can
guys
get
help
ready for
your
next week?
guys's. Yeah, just so you guys can
For no
get your
real
next.
reason.
So serious.
This guy's
I
gonna
got a sore
understand
throat.
situation here. And I'll just group all you guys up who are in the cart. Stepped out of it.
Would you be more cooperative if I was a really hot woman? I'm not gonna say that.
I'm willing to bargain.
I'm
Okay,
shaking my titties
so-
for free passage.
Yeah, you should have been General
I'll
Wall, but then the
flash you
female
for free
version of
passage.
General Wall.
I
don't
show him my
know.
General Vol man titties.
General mommy.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring you guys here, and also bring this here. You explain the map.
Oh
So you
no.
guys are approaching this gate here. This is the palisade here. This is the main road you guys were kind of on. There isn't like a fence that blocks your vision the entire way out. It's just kind of spiked barricades that stop carts from moving along. And then this main road where a cart would fit has this kind of 2 towers on the side and kind of palisade right there in the middle. This is the person that you kind of saw kind of step back and then disappear from view. And then the people that Odette, when you're walking out, start to approach from this kind of like this table, and there's like a small outpost encampment here that you can kind of see through the trees. They're kind of sitting at this table. It looks like they're like playing cards, or they look like they were kind of drinking something. Kind of start to look over when they hear the quote unquote general start to speak. But the person who sees you step out, sees the cart, sees the kobold, and then looks at you again and says, "You think this is some sort of joke? Dressing up as the general?"
Do you think this is some sort of joke, shaking down random travelers under the guise of Kingsguard? At
We
least
make
try to
do.
look put together. You insult my intelligence.
How about we make you a deal then? Just forget the 15 gold. That kobold looks like he can put in some decent work. Just hand him over and we'll give you a rite of passage. Guaranteed. Lot less blood.
Hang on, I gotta do some soul searching real quick.
Yeah. Why do you want the? Okay, fuck it. I'm dropping the disguise. Why do you want the kobold?
You drop the disguise.
Yeah.
You hear an audible gasp from one of the people from the outpost, and 2 crossbow bolts, or 2 crossbows, sorry, point in your direction. And the person who's talking to you takes like 3 steps back
Oh, that's
and
awful squirrely.
still holds
She's a
the
very
hand on the.
powerful wizard. I suggest you guys step back, otherwise she'll burn you up to a fucking crisp. I'll tell you that.
I'm gonna step
Roll.
forward.
Yeah, roll
Oh,
deception.
but do I know these
Roll
guys?
persuasion,
Hang on.
deception, up to you. Does Elifir believe that she's real powerful? It's up to you. So you can roll
Really?
deception
Can
or
he
persuasion.
roll in?
He has wine. Of course
Are
she's
you trying to
powerful.
intimidate them?
Or intimidation. Either, yeah, whatever, however you would like to
I would
do this.
have. Oh, yeah. I'm best at deception. I feel like it's more intimidation.
Do what you're best at. Both are similar. Both are similar. Yeah. Do what
They
you're
are
best
similar.
at.
If you're just trying to be like, she's
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
You see him as his hand goes up on the flintlock, and he arms it, looking towards in that direction, and the 2 archers who now one of them puts the bolt kind of away from your direction and kind of steps back. He raises a hand to the left and feels the side of his face and looks over towards Yellowfear and looks over at Odette.
How do you think I lost my fucking eye?
You hear just like a very squeamish, "You too, then."
Do
He
not make me mad.
right.
Either I've intimidated them or I've made her the prime target for all of that stuff.
Well, he then looks up at the archer who now has the crossbow or the crossbow now to the side, and then he looks over and says, "You heard him. Let's get this gate open. We're not
Oh,
looking
that
for
works.
we're not looking for trouble, right? Go
Oh,
ahead,
so you
let
don't
him
need a
through."
kobold
Oh.
then? Are you quite sure?
We're
It's
sure.
my
And
kobold.
Stop
as
trying
I
to get
say
rid of
that,
the kobold.
my eyes are gonna go white.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he looks over and he looks over at the archer who's still not moving, still looking at Odette, and like just is like a starstruck kind of eyes. He looks over and says, "You heard me? Open the gate. Let him through." Person kind of composes himself, and you see the gate starting to open up, and he starts kind of walking back into this gated area here, and I'll just that up. But he starts to walk through and starts to kind of beckon the cart forward as do you guys just bring the cart through or tell the kobold to bring the cart through?
Yeah, let's
we'll
tell the
walk
kobold.
with it.
And as we're doing it, I'm gonna just kind of like turn my head and whisper to Odette. Do you think we should perhaps charge them for the inconvenience?
I want to, but
Don't push your luck.
let's not push it. A sigh, and
I
I'm gonna look at the
rescued this
guy.
fucking general situation.
I'm gonna walk up
Don't
to the
make me
guy
do it again.
who was like interviewing us and just be like, "It's a very good boy. No trouble."
On a
See,
side
like,
note, though, do we want to kill them?
you do see
Do you
slight
reckon they've got a lot
tears
of
falling
gold?
out the right side of his face, and him still holding that kind of handprint that's marked. Which now, from this distance, as the cart's kind of traveling through this gated area, and he's kind of standing to the side, you do recognize it being magically burnt scarring. So it wasn't like a normal handprint. Something definitely burnt his face magically. It's magically scarred on his face. And
That's lucky.
the yeah, and the archers who are sitting there kind of look over, and one kind of calls down, this one specifically, the one that Nim saw first, kind of long hair sticking out of one side of the hood. Says, so we're just gonna let him go then. And then he fires his flintlock up into the air and says, let them do what they want. They're with the study. Just let them through. They're fine.
Good
Don't
boys.
want any trouble.
Kill them. I reckon they've got a lot of gold in here.
I'm gonna pull my hood back just far enough so he can see the burn on my face, wink and say, wise choice. You learn faster than I did.
What happened to your fucking eye? Oh, right. Do we want to kill them before we get through this fucking palisade?
Yeah, so I'd say you guys are back in the cart here. You guys are about here in this spot where you guys are traveling through it, and the archer called out from here, kind of moved to this spot there.
Maybe we
But-
camp nearby. We come back. We ambush this place.
But
I think
going-
so.
yeah, going
let's
to
let's
you-
level up like 2 more times. We'll come back.
Yeah,
and
you
kill
see
them.
5 in view, and you see the other people you see is the one that has kind of came down this ladder and is sitting there, great
We
axe
can
on the
take
back, and kind of like a crossbow strung across his side. You also see kind of like a white skinned kind of tabaxi sitting at the table, who seems to have like some sort of rifle or flintlock on the back. Another person who has like full black hair sitting across table, kind of looking across, arms folded, the chair in front, kind of arms on top of the chair looking by. No visible weapons on this person, but still looks visibly concerned. And then the last person who you guys have already kind of described to you, half cape with the very big handprint on the face, is still sitting there, head down, looking kind of towards the ground. You guys all have a natural intelligence to know that this is probably their kind of leader, or at least the face of this group. But the person kind of in the back here is looking more kind of like side-eyed, kind of looking at the group, almost like not believing it, but still kind of just not speaking up about it, kind of just tracking as you guys go by.
That's cool, bitch. I got something for you.
Do I recognize anybody here? Just
We want to take them out.
curious.
We've got to decide quickly.
Roll perception.
Like, have
Still
I-
walking.
Scourge is definitely with Elifir here.
Do you want to take them out? I mainly meant because they probably have a lot of gold they've took from people.
11, you do recognize someone here.
Oh, who is it?
Person
Uh-oh.
sitting on the chair looks like they look recognizable to you in a way that probably ran into them before, but you don't know their name or you don't know anything really about them. But it looks like they're either like an old customer of yours or someone you've ran into in your past. But
Do they recognize me?
that's you kind of get it like in a way where that's why they're kind of looking at you kind of side-eyed, but like they're unsure. It seems like they're kind of in that same situation where they almost recognize you but don't, but they're kind of giving you like this squint eye kind of look as you guys are kind of passing through.
I'm a wink at them.
Okay, the person
Decide!
gives like a,
That's
Decide, you fuckers!
gives,
No.
gives
I
like
went from scared.
gives like
Yay
a
or nay?
smirk, and then kind of just turns back to the the table and starts talking to the tabaxi. But
Nay.
All right, let's go.
Nay.
Let's go.
Nay from them. Decide.
Yeah,
Is that a
I am
yes
for
or a no?
attacking these people, but we could do so strategically a little bit later.
Yes, shh, let's get out of here first, because I kind of
We're
know
inside of Palisades. I feel like you can't get much better than that.
somebody here maybe recognizes me, so I feel like we should
Kill him
definitely
now,
get
then.
out of here.
Just kill him now, then.
Leave it. We told the kobold to go. The cart is rolling
Yeah.
forward.
the cart's about here.
Angry whispering.
But
Scourge
as
was
you
good.
guys are like still going through, the guy does say, as he's kind of sitting there, and if you lot travel back through here, just let us know. Okay, we'll stay open for you. Luck in your travels.
Thank you, darling. We appreciate it.
And
No one else going to say anything
Kobold,
on the kill?
Kobold is still shaking, visibly almost relieving himself. Just bringing the horse through.
We
Is,
should have given them the kobold.
Is this
Well-
area like, is this barricaded or is it just forest? Is this
Just little spike barricades, just enough for a cart not to fit through. So it is open enough. It seems like they're just blocking the main road for carts, but you could easily walk in and out of this kind of outpost area. But as you guys are kind of like seeing these people, more people start to like get out of the camp and like look through, like just waking up and kind of like looking past kind of at this cart area. And the archer at top who had the crossbow thing kind of unstrings the bow, or like takes the bow out of the crossbow and like puts it down to the side. There's like a sigh and sits down. And cart keeps moving through this gate, then begins to open. And you guys start to travel through. Still.
Woo! We
But
did
as you guys get through there and the gates close behind you, and you can still see kind of like the light kind of on these guys' outpost. You guys are still heading towards the crossroads. That's where I'll end the session today.
Yay!
Let's fire.
Guys,
Did we
We're
level
gonna
up by
fire
using
there.
our wits?
we've
We
never
got that
done
level
that before.
3,
I don't
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
we've
I'm
never
surprised. I'm
done that
surprised
before.
that there wasn't a fight here,
Hold on.
but I'm
We
also
can turn
Yeah.
around.
a lot
Hold
less
on.
Yeah, it's
stressed right
not
now.
too late.
Turn around.
Sonny said it's better to wait until we get a better advantage. Skies wants to
Yeah.
kill them. Ella
And
wants
if
to
we-
kill them.
Look, I
If
would
we
love to
level
kill
up to
them.
3, I would be super effective in that fight.
Yeah, we just gotta get
Well,
a
we
little
got-
bit more.
Nah, we're fine at 2. We got
Yeah.
it.
We murdered
was-
them.
We'll see. But all right, I'm gonna deafen real quick and end the stream like that.
Bye.
Okay, so I'll end it there. Keep the VOD short. Thank you for watching. Next week I'll have to see if we are playing. I believe we are. I'm gonna be dog sitting though, but I have it completely figured out. I'll just come back here, so there'll be no change to you guys. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Thanks for watching. Bye.